Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Today we celebrate 25 years of research excellence, and we are so delighted to have all of you here with us today. A special word of welcome to our principal, Professor Musia, our vice principal, Professor Maraj, Dr. Johan van Zyl, a former principal of the University of Pretoria, and then Dr. Khotso Mokele. Today we reflect on a wonderful journey that many of us here today joined as 20-something-year-old postgraduate students a while ago. And here we are today, just a little bit older, maybe wiser, but definitely a lot grayer. And I especially think of my lab mate, Bernard, who is now our director. And what an inspiring example of the passion that is cultivated in FABI. The success of FABI is due to every single Fabian that has been on this journey with us over the past 25 years, their hard work and their dedication. And of course, one cannot do this without our collaborators, our industry partners and funders, the government agencies, and of course the University of Pretoria. To our guests that are joining us here today and online, thank you for joining us for this momentous occasion. You being here makes it really special to us, and we appreciate that. We are proud of 25 years of impactful research, and we look forward to the future. We will strive to make even a bigger impact. May us as FABI continue to contribute to the well-being of every South African and every person on our planet. I welcome you. So I would like to call Professor Musia to the podium. He is going to do the formal welcome. Professor Musia.
Thank you, Nolani. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for coming to this very special celebration where we celebrate the achievements of FABI, but also look back, from its establishment and looking at where we are now, where FABI has a global footprint. And I'm sure that those of us who are also joining us online will be celebrating with us. And a special word of welcome once again to our dignitaries. It's actually apt. What I usually do with this welcome, I usually prefer a very long list of people, because each one of you is special. But we have the constraint of time, but in particular, I would like to welcome Dr. Khotso Mokele as well. He's a former chancellor of our sister institution in our home province. Him and I share something very special. And also the chair of the board of Hans Merensky, which is funding FABI. Thank you very much for coming, Dr. Mokele, to Future Africa. I'm sure you've been here several times. But it's one of those flagship platforms that we have for multidisciplinary research and all the other people coming here. It's like a real rendezvous for scholarship. And of course, they say I should call you Dr. Johan van Zyl, but at UP, you're Professor van Zyl. I know in business, you can say that. But here, we also welcome Professor van Zyl, who is actually the brainchild, of what we are celebrating today. It's like a quarter of a century way back. Professor van Zyl is known to many of us with all his contribution across higher education and business, and also making a difference in communities and sports and so on and so forth. He was a council member of our university for many years, until about 2 years ago, I think, or 1.5 years, and also CEO of Sanlam and all of these other titles. I haven't seen Fulu, Dr. Nelamondo from the NRF, another good friend of mine. He'll probably arrive later. He's welcome. I would also like to welcome my neighbor in the office, Professor Sunil Maharaj, our Vice Principal for Research, Innovation and Postgrads. Thank you very much, Prof, for your leadership. And then also, some of the people are joining us online. You're welcome to this event. I see the Deputy Dean here, Professor Paulette Bloomer. I see Professor Maharaj, Vinesh Maharaj, and I have not seen Dr. Nonkwelo, but I'm sure she's here. We don't have a leave form, so. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we're honored really to be joined by colleagues from forestry, agricultural industries, and higher education sector globally, as well as many of our stakeholders, students, and so on and so forth, including the government. So to all of you, I welcome you to this great institution. And I truly, feel honored and privileged to stand before you and celebrate this remarkable milestone in the history of scientific innovation and sustainable development. 25 years ago, as we now know, a vision, was realized. There are people here among us, but notably the former Vice Chancellor then, Professor van Zyl, because, when you're Vice Chancellor, you have to come up with something that we can remember you by, some legacy, a positive legacy that makes, a meaningful contribution to the core business of a university. So I don't have to have any legacy because, first of all, I'm old. Secondly, this Vice Chancellor's thing is for other people. But thank you very much for that vision, Professor. And today, we gather here to celebrate this impressive journey and also reflect on the countless contributions that FABI has made to the fields of forestry, agriculture, and biotechnology. It was a very strange concept for me many years ago. A very good friend of mine who was a vice principal here and was my vice chancellor and boss. And we were in the trenches with him, Andy Mahotlani. And then we were very close. So he says to me, "Hey man, I'm leaving this place." So what do you mean? He said, "No, I don't need this. because we're like in a difficult situation. So he says to me, hey, you know, Johan van Zyl, I have a meeting with Johan this afternoon. I'm leaving this place. I'm going for an interview at UP. And shortly thereafter, as he was working here, he says to me, you have no idea. He used to call me Brati. He says, you have no idea what UP does, you know? So what do they do, man? It's just a university. He says, you know, I'm establishing this FABI, you know? I said, what's FABI? You know? So no, it has to do with, you know, Andy was very dramatic when he said, he was a medical doctor. He said, they have things around forestry, you know, they're discussing forests and establishing a huge thing on forests and biotechnology. He was so excited, you know, and very, and later on, when I came here and got a closer look at what was happening here, and we had a conversation with the now director, Professor Slippers, who was involved in another capacity at the university, including at FABI. And we had a conversation, he says, you know, I'd like to be relieved from this position because I need to focus on research and FABI. And I didn't quite like it, he knows, but I said, it's okay, let's do that, because it was also actually far more important than what we asked him to do then, which was very, you know, working with students sometimes directly, you just need to have the passion. And he did something very remarkable for us, you know, in terms of the transformation at the time. So I'm not surprised that when he took over from Professor Wingfield, you know, that he didn't drop the ball. And I also wish to thank Mike for what he built here. So that's many years ago, in 1997, and we have many postgraduate students here. We have postdocs, we have fellows, we have many people that are making a huge difference in the life of FABI. And we know what the recent developments are in bioinformatics and all the opportunities that we have here. And today we'll have that opportunity to listen to the contributions, to listen to further innovations on how best we can be able to continue to advance the human capital and, of course, industrial development for our country. And we look back and we feel very inspired, you know, that this is something that, you know, we can boast about, we continue to boast about. Many people know about us. Many people know about the groundbreaking research that we have here. And of course, all the transformation that is taking place. And I also wish to thank all the dedicated individuals, you know, that are making FABI a success that it is. It is only through people, you know. Of course, you can use machines, and in your case, you can use forests and other things, but people, your human capital, you know, are the drivers of many of the innovations and successes that you have. And we wish to thank you very much. And also the power of collaboration that we have and the pursuit of knowledge, you know, with all the stakeholders. You know, as a University of Pretoria, we truly appreciate this, and this celebration is going to make a huge contribution to the many challenges that we face, you know, because planetary Earth is one of the big challenges now that we as humans cause all kinds of problems there. So FABI and the health of the planet. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a long day, and when you make, when you're a Fed speaker, you get tempted to just talk, and but I know that many of you here and those who are online, is a very diverse group of people, and speaking on average 30 languages across the world. And we truly appreciate the impact that you make, because it's just above this university. FABI has become, something completely, it has a life of its own. But it is through all of you. So we wish to thank you very much and welcome you to the great University of Pretoria. And I wish you very fruitful and innovative discussions. And also wish to thank everyone else, including our sponsors, Dr. Mkhele and others, Sapi. It's many of you. We know. We'll keep talking, and thank you a bit more later in the day. I will regrettably not be here all the time, but I will come back. As you know, this Vice Chancellor thing is just a different thing. You don't own your diary. It's owned by other people. So I have to do the health sciences later today for another review. Thank you very much and enjoy UP.
Thank you very much, Professor Musia. It was wonderful that we could have you here with us. We know that your diary is jam-packed, but you started your day on a good note. So I would like to ask Dr. Johan van Zyl to please come forward. As Professor Musia has already said, FABI was the vision and the brainchild of Dr. van Zyl. And yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be back here on the old experimental farm. I just lived behind us here, and with my young kids and my daughter that was born while I was the Vice Chancellor, we used to come and walk around here exactly where we sit today every weekend, and so pretended that was our farm. Anyway, so when you get thrust into a job, Professor Musia spoke a little bit of being a Vice Chancellor, but I became Vice Chancellor here at the University of Pretoria, and at the age of 40. So one thing you have is you have ideas, and you don't have a history of failure and trying to administer a university. It's not managed, it's ministered. So you get these big ideas. And coming into the job at the time, it was quite clear that we were losing the battle. And if we carried on at the University of Pretoria as the largest, sort of biggest residential university at the time, that we were going to lose this battle train competent people that can make our country compete in the world. We had old structures. We had 140 departments, many of them, or most of them, over 50 years old, based on a disciplinary approach. In the plant sciences, I think we had 9 or 10 different departments that didn't talk to each other, didn't work together at all. Small grants fought about from the NRF in those days, fought about small amounts of support, really tough, and not going forward, but sort of duplicating people, really looking not wider at the problems and how we will go forward in this country, but really having a disciplinary approach. Secondly, we had no money. which to me was a big thing, but I always thought if you do the right thing, the money will come, because many people had at the time, just in the mid-90s, had a real interest in South Africa succeeding, particularly some of our international partners. In the 80s, I've spent most of those working in the US, so I knew a lot of people. I knew a lot of people with money and thought we could get over it. And so we fixed the sort of structure, got some of the faculties together, got the departments together, kicking and screaming, but got that. And then the idea was, but how do we move there? By itself, we have to get these catalysts, and how can we move this thing forward? And clearly at the time is moving away from a disciplinary to a multidisciplinary approach, problem solving, really in South Africa, but using good science as a base, moving forward. So we had a few ideas, so we started Gibbs in Joburg to have that phase from business into the university, going out to them, being a glue. I did a marketing course. They say you have to really treat the clients well. So this is what we did, went there. And we got some money for that. We thought we had a very good stepping stone in the animal sciences. Onderstepoort being at that time we had just amalgamated at that time Medunsa's faculty of veterinary science into our own one. We thought that would be a great way of creating a sort of a beachhead for the animal sciences. We took mining engineering, mining being very important in our country, to pull the engineering thing together and so forth, and got that as a multidisciplinary approach. And then the plant sciences, the new thing was biotechnology, you're really doing that and so forth. So we had that, and we had a few other stupid ideas as well, but at least let me talk about those that succeeded. And coming up with the idea that we need to have a biotechnology focus that could sort of span the plant sciences and become this period, good science to address, firstly, good science, research being the sort of catalyst to change the way we think about things and so forth, but also then, making it applied in the end to real world problems was a key driver and so forth. But like Professor Musia said, you talk about these things as if the idea is great and so forth, but you have to get the people to do it. So you ask around, so who's the best person to do this? And everybody sort of, where I came from, agreed that Professor Wingfield from the University of the Free State is the guy to get. But you won't get him. He's just he has the Vice Chancellor's ear there. He has a big research support and everything that's coming there. You won't get him. So, well, maybe I can at least get to talk to him and get some pointers there. So, Mike, you would recall that we set up the meeting. We had a dinner. It was fairly long. First, he asked a lot of questions, and after the first bottle of wine or so, and I think maybe during the second, he started giving his ideas and how it could work. And I think at the end of the meeting, we shook hands and we had a deal. We didn't put much in writing. Like with most people, I've done many deals across the world now in business. The best deals come through a handshake. It works for everybody, so you don't have to put too much into a contract and so forth, but we had an agreement. Agreement was that we would create some facility, put some money in, he would bring the people and the ideas and so forth. And I think if you think the Groot Trek was a big thing up north, I think the third one is now, of course, the migration semi-migration back to the Cape. In some way, everybody who's made money is coming back there it crowds the roads and they can't drive and all sorts of things. But the one that I would like to refer to is the one that when Mike came over a weekend with the whole team, with Brenda, 2 or 3 other academics, professors, different departments that we housed them in, and they just started. How many students? About 40. Yeah, 56 as a team. Got transplanted from the Free State to here. Some farmed cattle in that area. We had to find a home for the cattle here. So, but we got all of that done. When, as I said, then when you're young, you don't. So why can't we have cattle? Here, right? It's great. We have cows here anyway. So let's have more. So it was a great migration. And I must say, if people think about the early years, the start, the idea and so forth, great, we had the idea, but there are many ideas, and generally they're all good. And the best ideas often fail because you have the wrong people. But if you have an idea that is workable and you put the right people behind it, and you don't try to run it yourself, you support the people who know how to do it, then you generally get success. That's one thing I've learned. If you want things done, get people that's already done it, that's already successful, and support them properly. It's a recipe that really works. So I've done it in business and it worked many times and so forth. It also absconds you from doing the hard work and the heavy lifting and so forth. Other people do that. So you sit there and support. Now, it's tough if you're young and you want to get the board to approve it and so forth. In the end, the board said yes, but you have to stand behind it. And of course, I do that. You have to get the money. I said, I do that, and so forth. But Mike and Brenda and a whole team of others, people sat, planned the facility, how we spent the money. I got some funding into that, the Kreschke Foundation. I didn't even tell Mike in the end, because if you tell them, he starts managing the funders, which is actually my job. So we got, I think, a great start, and the rest, as we say, is history, because of the people, the plans, and the momentum that was created immediately, coming with students. There wasn't sort of, okay, what will we do now? When they arrived, they were up and running. People had to, in fact, within months, have to hand in their research, their dissertations and theses and things like that. So it was a rough time, but the people actually made it work. And from a management perspective, while the big idea came from elsewhere, we copied what was already there to some extent, maybe expanded on it a little bit, pulled other people in. And not everybody joined this train, and this idea and so forth. Some still did their own, but I must say, Mike, a lot of people in the faculty of agriculture, in botany, and in other areas, genetics and so, really joined, participated, so that the effort was much, much bigger, I think, and grew all the time in the participation, so that we have this multidisciplinary center. And for us, a few things that myself really tried to push, we tried to do the best. We tried to do from the outset something that would be competitive internationally, cutting edge. From the outset, we tried to bring industry with Mike Edwards and others that are here, that we went to see to get their buy-in. A whole range of people to get the support and so forth. And in the end, what we have here today is a massively successful story, but it isn't a single one. Mike, the driver of the thing, Brenda behind him, I always remember that. But also in her own right, being a massively good scientist. Lots of support from people like Dr. Mokele, who's sitting here, from industry. Mike being here actually shows that. A whole range of others from the outset, joining this thing, this juggernaut, if you want to call it that, sounding like a little bit like the ex-American president. It was a nice journey, but because of the people. And today, if I stand here, I'm really proud that the people we see here are the second, third, fourth generation. youngsters, but still some of the people who started. And if I look and if I read the research output and what is being done and the impact thereof, which is the real important thing. All of us can do esoteric things that we're the biggest expert in the world or nothing with no impact. The impact of what is being done here is massive. Elsewhere in the world, but here in particular. And if we want to survive as a country and prosper, this is what we have to do. This is one effort. We have to have others. But you're part of that. And without that, we can't succeed. It doesn't mean that we don't go offshore. I spent 10 years there studying and teaching and doing all sorts of things in the US and in Japan also for some time. But you come back here and you make your contribution here. It is important. And even if you're there, you have your linkages back here. This is how we have to work. Not in an island, but together as a multidisciplinary team where we each make our contribution and as a broader family. The FAB family, you call it FABI, I call it FAB. So it's really great. Well done, Mike, from my side. Small idea, I remember as we discussed, the idea also grew in stature and became much bigger. I thought it would be, modest initially. But some things you have to do at scale from the outset, with a big end in mind. And we achieved that fairly quickly. We had a 10-year plan, and I want to say that 10-year plan was achieved sort of in 5 years, 4 years, I think. And that's a testimony to the people who got involved. From my side, not such a bad idea, but excellent execution by the people sitting here and continuing that. So well done to each and every one of you. And to the people who've supported us, Khotso, your guys, I remember having the discussions with you and a whole range of us, Mike and others. Great, thank you for that. In the end, the success is as much yours as ours. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van Zyl. I think we are all testament of this wonderful platform that you provided for all of us sitting here so that we can fly. Dr. Mukele, it is your turn.
Good morning. When Professor Msia said good morning, nobody reacted. Good morning. You see, that's what a Vice Chancellor should do. Many of you sitting here have been in the same auditorium, had me talk about the Hans Merensky story. So I'm not going to bore you with the same details that you've already had me talk about. But just, Professor Van Zyl, you say you're not professor anymore, you're back to Dr. Van Zyl, but to many of us, you are Professor Van Zyl. It's such a privilege for me to share this platform with you, given the amazing work that you did, not just as Vice Chancellor and Principal of this university, but in the many other endeavors. Seemingly everything that you touch turns into platinum, not even gold. And I'm sad that I'm that one person that did not invest in any company that you went to lead. If I'd done that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. But you may remember, Johan, that I was a member of the Council of University of Pretoria when you were appointed Vice Chancellor. And when some of these ideas from you came into the Council. It was a bit of a challenge for me when I joined the Council of University of Pretoria, that even though Professor Musia and myself come from the Free State, which is known as a very Afrikaans-speaking province, you must remember that we also come out of the Black Consciousness movement, where we had a particular relationship with Afrikaans as a language, and consequently, I was not as proficient in Afrikaans as my capabilities would have suggested I should have been. So I joined the Council of University of Pretoria, and the meetings are in Afrikaans, the documents are in Afrikaans, and they're long. And I'm the only one on the council who's not Afrikaans sprekend. There were two other black people on that council. One was a colored from Eersteris. One was Professor Vilakazi from Kimberley. And if you know Kimberley, black people in Kimberley speak Afrikaans in the streets. So it was a bit of a struggle, but I managed to understand and hear what Professor van Zyl was proposing in the transformation of this institution. But at the time, we're talking now the mid-1990s, it was not just University of Pretoria that was struggling to re-energize itself. The science policy document, science policy creation processes were underway across the board, as I'm sure you can imagine, after the elections in 1994. There were green papers and white papers flying all over the place. I was a young man at what was then called the Foundation for Research Development, FABI, which you now know as the NRF. And one of the issues that that organization was struggling with at the time was the Engineering Association of South Africa coming to the FAD and saying a research funding process that is driven by a rating system that requires publications in academic journals is not good for academic industry engagement, especially in the fields of engineering, where most of the people do part academic work, but part industry work. And so they believe that a pocket of money must be set aside to fund engineering research in this country through processes and mechanisms that are distinctly different from funding basic science in other disciplines. So Cliff Macmillan and a certain gentleman who's now in trouble at University of Johannesburg were the primary drivers of this logic. But at University of Pretoria at the time, you may remember, Johan, there was a certain Louis van Biljon, who was the Dean of Engineering Sciences, and certain Jan Malherbe, who was also in electrical engineering. When Rein Gert van Groenewald and myself came to talk to Louis and to Jan Malherbe, those of you who know Louis, very few people, I can just from age here, I don't think there's many people who would remember Louis and Jan, said absolute rubbish. Jan says, here I am, an electrical engineer at University of Pretoria. I can do work with industry, I can do academic work, and here I am as a member of the IEEE. Now, if you're in electrical engineering, you'd know that IEEE is as big a recognition as you can get as an electrical and electronics engineer. We then decided, and through Ryan's wisdom, that who best to come and help us as the FRD to deal with this issue of academic industry interface than Louis van Biljon himself. So we negotiated for Louis to come and join the FRD. This was at the time when it's about 1995 now, I think, when these conversations are taking place. And the Minister of Trade and Industry was a certain Derek Keys, if you remember. And Ryan invited Derek Keys to come and have lunch with Gerd and myself and himself at the FRD. We put the concept before Derek. And as Johan says, that some of the best deals are done with just a handshake. I shared this story as part of the eulogy to Ryan when he passed on in 2020. the middle of this lunch, the Derek Keys invites his DG, who was not part of the lunch, to come into the room, whispers into his ear, Dr. Stephen Odier, and he goes out, he comes back later, but by the end of that lunch, we had 10 million rands to launch TRIP, Technology and Human Resources for Industry Program. By the end of the lunch, you shook hands with Michael after more than one bottle of wine. There was not even wine consumed at this lunch. And I mention the leadership of this institution in the development of those thoughts at the FAD at the time, and something that I believe this institution has to be incredibly proud of. When we launched TRIP, and here's money, new money, comes out of the DTI, not out of the then Department of Education. I remember Ryan Gert and I going to Senate House at Wits University and being accused, essentially, of corrupting the research enterprise through misguided initiatives like TRIP. And in fact, there was almost a boycott of TRIP by historically English language speaking universities in this country. Wits, UCT, and USO Natal. Because to them, that was polluting the research enterprise. The research can only be done if it's completely investigator-initiated, being given the money to do only what they want to do and nobody else. And if you try and create variations of it, you're corrupting the research enterprise. And maybe the story of FABI should be written more formally for people to be told that they were wrong 25, 30 years ago. And that Louis van Biljon and Jan Malherbe were on the right side of this issue. So as Johan indicates, much younger than he was at the time, about the same age as Mike. My first science friends in South Africa when I returned from graduate school and postdoctoral experience in the US was Mike and Brenda. The very first meeting of the South African Society for Microbiology and Plant Pathology that was held at the CSIR that I attended in 1988, that's where I met the two of them. And so, in a way, I got drawn into some of the conversations about the Great Trek from Bloemfontein to Pretoria. And I joined Johan in saying Mike and Brenda and everybody else who were there at the beginning and all the way up to Bernard, who've contributed to what is an amazingly successful endeavor, not just in the national context, but globally as well. But that's not what I was asked to come and talk about, right? I stand here wearing partly my FRD NRF hat, but also my Hans Merensky Holdings and Hans Merensky Foundation hat. Because now I'm chairman of both the company and the Hans Merensky Foundation, and a subsidiary sitting in the UK, Australia Fruit International, a company that was started by Dr. Merensky in Sanin, and when, in 1949, 3 years before he died, he handed it over to the foundation. Next year, we'll be celebrating 75 years of not of the existence of the business, because it existed long before then, but of the business in the hands of the foundation as the owner and custodians of the legacy of Dr. Merensky. But of course, you know that Dr. Merensky's history with this institution goes back is much farther than that. When the library of University of Pretoria was built, Dr. Merensky was the first person to put money on the table, to challenge others, to contribute to the building of the library at University of Pretoria. The FABI story and the Hans Merensky Foundation story are amazingly similar stories. Those who've had me talk about it on this campus, of course you know that you're going to hear me again repeat what Dr. Merensky said when he handed the business over to the foundation, what he said the object of the foundation should be. He said, the main object of the Hans Merensky Foundation is to promote and assist in the development of the resources of the Republic of South Africa and neighboring territories, particularly such natural resources as soil, water, flora and fauna, and to promote the health and welfare of its inhabitants. And here comes the punchline. More specifically, by research, experimentation, and demonstration, and through the correlation and application of scientific knowledge. And that's exactly where FABI, it's the same mission and objective that FABI was born into. Now, I happened to join the board of the Hans Merensky Foundation at the same time with Dr. Van Zyl. He attended 3 meetings and absconded. Because he and I discovered to our shock and horror when we joined that we really did not know what the foundation was all about, that it did not have money. It was just the owner of the company. And as Johan said to me a few years ago when I went to see him in Stellenbosch, that the foundation was like every other farmer. Very wealthy when you look at the balance sheet, in terms of the asset base that sits in the balance sheet, but the children eat pap and pampoen, because the income statement tells a different story to the balance sheet. So that's what we inherited. And Johan hung around for about a year and decided that no, we kind of had a different understanding of what this foundation was all about, apart from owning at the time 50% plus of the company. And I was ready to go. And another UP person who had recruited both Johan and myself onto that board, Dr. Victor Hesse, who was the chairperson of the Council of UNISO Pretoria, who had recruited me to join the Council of UNISO Pretoria. So it's all becoming incestuous, right? It's all sounding very incestuous and very nepotic in many ways. Victor was able to convince me to stay on. And I'm glad I did. Because the foundation now, as you know, and Mike is a member again, incestuous, right? Mike again comes back into it. He's a member of the board of directors. We're sitting now already at about invested capital about 400 million. Our target is to get to $1 billion very soon. And we're now starting to be able to do things and do meaningful things. And one of those is the program that we fund. It's not a project anymore. It started out as a project, but it's grown from being a project. Improvement of avocado resistance to Phytophthora root rot by identifying defense mechanisms of various tolerant resistant rootstocks. That's what it was when it started. 2008, I think. 2008, 2009. Right now, it's now grown into the Merensky chair, working on various aspects of avocado as a plant. An amazing growth again. When we started, Nolani was just completing her postdoc, and again, Mike Wingfield guided us in the direction of Nolani, and we decided that we're going to take this young academic, we're going to help her build a career for herself, but do it in the spirit of the object of the Merensky Foundation. Do it in the spirit of what FABI was created and constructed to do. To Today, I'm not going to say how much money we give you per annum. I don't want anybody to assassinate you later this afternoon. But we're proud, Johan, of the level of funding. You're talking about scale, doing things at scale. We're proud of the level of funding that we put into that program. We're funding another one at University of Stellenbosch. We're starting to scale it up again, so the funding is becoming quite significant. And this is modeling wood formation in trees. As you know, that Hans Merensky also had forestry and timber business, which recently hived off into a standalone Merensky Timber Company. The CEO of Westphalia Fruit International never gives a speech without stating the following, that every time he goes into the avo industry in California, he gets told that were it not for Westphalia Technology Services in Zanin, there would not be an avo industry in California. This was Dr. Merensky saying through research, experimentation, and demonstration, and through the correlation and application of scientific knowledge. We are very proud as a company out of Zanin to be a key player in driving a global industry based on the research that gets done. And the work that is being done, not only the work funded by the foundation into what Nwelane and the team are doing, but some of the collaborative work directly between the company and Nwelane, we believe is going to continue to be transformative in this particular industry. But on the timber side as well, there was a time, Michael will remember, when the CSR was a major forest and timber research entity. Unfortunately, that has fallen by the wayside. And the industry used to be very reliant on what was coming out of the CSR. But the work that Zenda and Co are doing, and the work that's get done by FABI, I really cannot begin to imagine where the forestry and agriculture industry would be in this country without FABI. Really, I mean, try and imagine what you guys do, and the impact that you bring into what is happening in commercial practice. There is no comparable entity in this country that does what you guys do, and does it at the scale that you guys do it. And so, I, for my sins, found myself as scientific advisor to two ministers of science and technology, Derek Hanekom and Naledi Pandor. And during that short tenure in the roles advising these two ministers, I tried unsuccessfully to get them to understand what I'm experiencing sitting in boardrooms of some of the biggest companies in this country. Implats, when I was chairman of Implats, Tiger Brands, ArcelorMittal South Africa, Adcock Ingram, that the South African private sector is starting to see itself less and less as fundamental to the generation of knowledge and to the training of the generations of the future. Some of you in this room would recall the time when SASTEC of Sasol was a main powerhouse of industry research. Just before I left the NRF, I got invited by SASTEC to help them deal with a political challenge that they were confronted with, because with the opening up of the world to South Africa, no longer were they confined only to funding research at South African universities, inorganic catalysis research at UCT that they were funding mightily, but they looked at themselves as the entire global university system as available and accessible to them for funding research. And they just established a major catalysis laboratory at University of St Andrews in Scotland, and came under enormous from Trevor Manuel as minister, I remember, and I was asked to go help them make the case for why it was not so bad after all for them to fund research in labs in Australia, in Canada, in Scotland, in the UK. And as chairman of Implats, I can tell you, every time, as chairman of that board, every time I spoke about the need, at the time, the price of platinum was $2,000 an ounce. And I could, if I could stand on my head, I would have done it. To say there can be no better time for you to invest in research and development than now. Because this price of platinum is $2,000 an ounce, is making cars more expensive because of platinum in catalysis. And those who sell cars will very quickly find an alternative to this very expensive little metal that goes into the catalyst. And every time I said that, they laughed at me. The second biggest platinum producer in the world did not see itself having a role in funding research for alternative uses of platinum as a metal, for their own sustainability. Today, where's the price of platinum? 800, 900, if that much. And all platinum mining companies are struggling like crazy. And I tried to say to the two ministers that they have to drive different conversations with the South African private sector. But those conversations must not just be with Implats and Tiger Brands and AECI, but must be with Johan van Zyl at Sanlam, must be with Coronation, must be with institutional shareholders who mandate these businesses. Because unless you do that, you are not going to stop the CEOs of some of the top companies in this country chasing short-term incentives and long-term incentives and looking at leaving money on the table because funding research is perceived as leaving money on the table for them, impacting negatively on the STIs and LTIs. I could not break through to these very smart ministers. And that for me was a source of major frustration. I stand here very proud that when Johan came up with some of these crazy ideas as Vice-Chancellor of this university, I was on the council of the university. I stand here very proud that when Mike and Brenda were contemplating leaving my home province of the Free State to come to this faraway land, because when you come from Bloemfontein, Pretoria, it's very far. That I was in those conversations. I'll tell you one final story about Mike Wingfield. After I was offered the job to come and be the vice president of the FRD, I happened to be in Bloemfontein, and Mike and Brenda had a braai, chicken, I think, I remember. It was chicken, yeah. And Mike says to me, he doesn't remember the story as sharply as I remember the story, because for me it was such a shocking story, I couldn't forget it. He says to me, Khotso, you know that you are good friends with Brenda and I. I said, Michael, I have an idea. He says, I would not be a good friend if I didn't tell you this. You need to know that most white South African scientists think that your appointment as the vice president of the FRD is a token appointment. Because, you know, you don't have a long track record of science, production, you're young, I was 35 years old, 36 years old, and you don't fit the mold. Gerd van Groenewald, who was going to be my contemporary, was an A-rated geologist, and here I am, you know, occupying a rank same as Gerd van Groenewald. And Michael, as I left your house, I said to myself, if that's what they think, they don't know what's just about to hit them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukele. And Yes, the Mariinsky Chair is a very good example of how industry has taken hands with an academic institution and is making an impact. So a really, really important contribution, and thank you. Now it's time for our Vice Principal, Professor Maharaj.
So again, good morning to everybody. And I think we heard lots of history and reminisce about the past and the success and the champions we have. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the university and, of course, how FABI fits into that. I'm very honored to be here, and of course, being an engineer, Professor Makele, being an IEEE member as well, and of course, being involved and worked with both Prof. Louis van Biljon. When I was a young engineer, he was the chair of Technotron board, and I just joined as an electronic engineer. That was some time ago. And of course, I worked with Jan Malherbe, being an electronic engineer, and I was involved in the electronic engineering department. So yes, I bear testimony to some of the things you say there. Of course, it's my privilege again this morning for us to celebrate the 25 years of FABI and its existence, and of course, to address the role this institute and the research and the postgraduate education it has had at UP. And of course, how it has grown from just interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, but the scale and the impact it has had, and beyond transdisciplinarity in the national sciences, but working with other disciplines like engineering and economic and management sciences and so forth. I think that's the growth trajectory we've had here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think when FABI was first established, as we heard in 1998, it has grown in international prominence, and it has had enormous impact on various agriculture and forestry industries in South Africa and around the world. And I think it has also had a major influence, as we heard, at the University of Pretoria through various departments in the Faculty of Natural Agricultural Sciences, Engineering, Built Environment, and IT. And of course, as we heard, it started as a nucleus of 56 people linked to a single research program back in 1998. But of course, today, FABI includes something like 27 research programs, 5 of which are internationally based, and connects something like 350 researchers, technical and admin staff, postdoc and research fellows, and of course, postgrad students, and 38 academic leaders that make up the management committee, linked to, of course, many departments. Some of them are the biochemistry, genetics, and microbiology, known as BGM today at UP, plant and soil sciences, zoology and entomology, and physics, and a few others as well. So I think FABI is known for its high quality postgrad training that it provides, and the opportunity it creates for its students once they graduate. In most cases, these students have jobs even before they graduate, and several FABI alumni work in top institutions all around the world. And I know I was having a discussion sometime with Mike and Bernard about 3 months ago, and we were just talking about the leaders that they interact with across the globe that have been aligned with FABI at some time in their careers. I think while contributing significantly to the academic work and the mentorship in FABI, these fellows are assured of solid foundation from which they launch their careers. And I think over the past 25 years, FABI has established itself a strong brand in the stable of the University of Pretoria, which contributes, I think, enormously to our visibility, credibility in the field of agriculture and forestry, not only in South Africa, but globally. This is a team who is known for their dedication and excellence, and this is reflected, of course, in the exceptional outputs it has delivered over the years. The figures, you'll get the FABI in a nutshell, a pamphlet. I think you have received it or you'll get that. And of course, I can't resist mentioning the massive 38,514 citations that FABI research has over the years, over the past 25 years. And I think, as researchers, our Edge Index and our citations play an important part. That's some of the metrics we use, and I think that's very important. And as you know, at UP, we have the largest number of postgrad students in the country, something like 15,500 honors, masters, and PhD students, with about 2,500 PhD students. So we have quite a big research group at UP, and that has grown over the years, and certainly FABI has played a significant contribution to that growth. FABI provides a hub for international linkages with leading researchers and programs around the world. Of course, this is reflected in the leadership and participation in the numerous international organizations, the hosting of major international conferences, of course, many international awards and the NSTF awards as well, and publications. And FABI is linked to something like 22 external or extraordinary academics who contribute to its research capacity. And these are academics from different parts of the globe, and that shows what an international organization or institute it has become over the years. Of course, the programs and collaborations with many partners across Canada, Belgium, Indonesia, Brazil, and China, and so forth. And that shows the international stature and recognition it has got over the years. And that's what we try and do at University of Pretoria. I think the Tree Protection Cooperative Program, which is one of the anchor partners in the important international biological control of eucalyptus pests, or the BICEP program, there are numerous other examples, and we celebrated recently a milestone with the TPCP program with the industries and the support and the industry acknowledgement of the impact it has had on their development and their work, being themselves not strong in research. The FABI community has inter and transdisciplinary at its core, as we heard earlier, and has stimulated a number of developments in this regard. And when FABI, I think, was originally established, it was recognized, as we heard, in the field of biotechnology, very interdisciplinary in nature, and it did not fit into the traditional departments, as Professor Jan van Zyl indicated. And I think from this very inception, therefore, interdisciplinarity was incorporated into its postgrad and training programs. And we at University of Pretoria, as we know, that's one of the reasons why we created the Future Africa platform, is how we take inter and transdisciplinarity to a different level, not only in FABI, but in other disciplines as well, whether it's in health sciences, or whether it's in engineering, or whether it's in economics and so forth, how we bring all that together. And you know, we created specific chairs at Future Africa, and those research chairs are people based in faculties, but we brought them into Future Africa, so they do not sit in faculty, so they're not very much faculty-based, but Future Africa-based, so they work across different faculties without necessarily creating the stigma of a particular department or a particular faculty is dominating this particular space. And that was the whole intention of creating the 6 Future Africa research chairs at UP, and UP has put money into that so that we can grow this whole transdisciplinarity going forward. I think today FABI, as we know, serves as the cornerstone for Innovation Africa at UP, which not only drives the development of, as we know, the experimental farm, or now we call it Innovation Africa at UP campus, where we are situated today, and it's also a strategic platform for the university as a whole to drive collaborative programs between the university, industry, and government. And we call this the triple helix model, where we're trying to develop these partnerships and grow. And I must say, we're very honored at this university. We have the largest number of industry-sponsored chairs at UP, if I look at it compared to other universities in the country. FABI and the broader platform at Innovation Africa and UP are flagships of the kind of inter and transdisciplinary research, and we strive towards as a university. I think we value in particular the role FABI plays as a hub for partnerships with industry, government, and research networks in South Africa, Africa, and the rest of the world. The culture of excellence that has been ingrained into, I think, what they call all things FABI over the past 25 years makes not only for a superlative experience for our postgrad students and fellows, but also indicates and contributes to the university achieving its vision. And you know, our vision is to be a leading research-intensive university in Africa, recognized internationally for its quality, relevance, and impact, and also for developing people, creating knowledge, and making a difference, both locally and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to extend a heartfelt word of thanks to those who have involved in establishing FABI, as we heard, and in steering the Institute over the many years that we know. Of course, top of the mind, as we heard, is Professor Jan van Zyl, the rector of was then the rector at this university. And I must say, when FABI was started, I just joined University of Pretoria as a young academic, as a senior lecturer at that time. I think it was Professor Van Zyl had the vision for the Institute in the first place, as we heard. And then, of course, the champions that we had with Mike and Brenda Wingfield. I think, and I'm told that apparently it was first, Mike had to convince Brenda to move here before he could move here as well. I think University of Pretoria leadership at that time and since then had supported FABI strongly, and we still continue to support FABI and how it's grown into an important anchor at Innovation Africa at UP. I think it is impossible to list all the people, but certainly Professor Robin Crew and Professor Anton Struwe, who's not here with us today, both were deans and then became DVCs for research. I think were crucial supporters in the early parts of the establishment of FABI and many of its programs. And the deans of the faculty since then, as well as the heads of various academic departments, played an important and pivotal role in the success of FABI. And so much so, FABI has grown and now became independent of any particular faculty, but as a transdisciplinary platform here at Innovation Africa and UP, and working with many departments across University of Pretoria. As alluded to earlier, FABI was initiated with the Tree Protection Cooperative Program, or what we normally know as the TPCP for short, as a foundation. The forestry industry and other partners of the TCP has been the most significant, I think, of all the external partners, both in terms of financial support and other in-kind contributions, the professional support we get, and the consistency in that partnership we had over the years. This support extended, of course, to forestry programs that have emerged since then, such as the Forest Molecular Genetics Program, the FMG program, the Eucalyptus and the Pine Pathogen Interactions, known now as the EPPI program, and so forth. Agricultural partners were also included from the start. I think we had the South African Banana Growers Association as an early participant, and even as one of the FABI labs named after the CEO, who was a key in that initial period. I think many other programs have grown since then. As we heard, the Hans Merensky chain avocado research, and that avocado research now has, as you know, through the partnership with the Avocado Growers Association, we developed the Smart Avo with engineering, and that's used now to track avocados right from the farm right to Rotterdam port, basically tracking the trajectory and the role and the transport of that product, so that how we can model this product and maintain its quality and ensure that shelf life is improved. And certainly, we'd like to thank Professor Mokela, who has just addressed us, and his leadership for the development of this program, and of course the chair, as we heard about it, and the substantive funding we get for that. And we hopefully continue and grow that and strengthen that. Numerous others, I think, from grains to macadamia, as we heard, from proteas to citrus, today benefit from engagement with FABI. New programs such as the focus on the kiwi fruit, and maybe even some people are talking about cannabis, continue to emerge, and let's see how that moves forward. I think we thank all the industry partners, many of whom are joining us today, and some of them online, and of course their financial support. And it's not only financial, but also they support in terms of other resources, people, access to their facilities, their involvement in inspiring our students to join our programs here, and for sharing their knowledge and experience across the resources, I think, without which the programs initiated through FABI would not have the relevance, depth and impact that it has today. FABI over the years contributed to numerous national goals, I think, together with government partners, from helping to develop policy documents to implementation of national programs, and the very substantial human capacity development we have, as we have mentioned. I think FABI has been a beneficiary of instruments such as the Center of Excellence program. We have a Center of Excellence program here, the research chairs we have. We heard about the THRIP program, I think the sector innovation funds, and of course the National Forest Health Management Program, and many, many more. The Department of Science Innovation, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, I think, have been most significant partners and contributors. And as you know, last year we launched here with DSI, the National Biosecurity Hub here at Future Africa as well. And I think we are grateful to some of these partners and representatives, and how we have grown this and able to leverage FABI to have other activities at UP. And that's the important role it played. Besides itself being a strong research entity, was able to leverage other entities to grow and develop at UP. Of course, lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the FABI staff and students. Of course, you remain at the forefront of an academic field, providing training of the highest quality, and to deliver on objectives of external organizations require, of course, extreme dedication and many, many long hours of hard work and perseverance. And we would not be here today were it not for the single-minded dedication, of course, of the FABI team. A team with a reputation of hard work, but also for a team spirit and doing what they do with passion and, of course, excellence. And certainly we are very happy and proud that we have Professor Slippers as the new director, or senior director rather, and of course his passion and commitment to drive this further is something we cherish, and I'm sure for the next 25 years we really look forward to seeing how FABI evolves beyond its traditional, but looking at how we embrace technology and other new ways of doing business in this space. Of course, you do University of Pretoria proud, and of course I would like to assure you our appreciation and continued support both from the executive level, and as of course a solid foundation has been laid, the trajectory has been set, and I'm confident from here that FABI will grow from strength to strength. And like I said, we'd like to be here in the next 25 years, certainly not ourselves, certainly not myself and Prof. Masio, but hopefully the others, and see how FABI has grown and impacted not only UP and South Africa and Africa, but globally as well as it has done. Thank you very much, and hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much, Professor Maharaj, and thank you for the support that we receive from the UP Executive, something that we really rely on strongly. So it's my honor now to call to the front Professor Bernard Slippers, our director, and Professor Mike Wingfield, our former director. We've done really well in time so far, but I'm a little bit worried now. And you all know what, so the bets can start. So if you're ready with the betting, you can place your bets until he starts talking, and then those of you who get it right, you'll get a special prize.
I might get the surprise too. It's just wonderful to be able to be here with you and to enjoy this incredible occasion. I'll say two things. You see, this is what one must never do, is start to chat, because then the time becomes an issue. But I'll say two things. One to Khotso and one to Johan, who has left us, but you can repeat it to them. Khotso, when we barbecued the chicken, you asked a specific question, so should I take the job? Now, I said, you're absolutely right. I remember saying what I said, and in those days maybe it was a little brave, but we knew each other well enough to do so. And both Brenda and I said, you have to do this. Don't listen to the others. And thank goodness you did. Now, Johan's not here, so I can play a little bit, but Johan, as he often does, takes some liberties, and he did that. Numerous of them, actually. What he didn't say, and Sunil, you got two stories a little mixed up, and that's fine. There are lots of stories. Brenda had to be convinced to move from Stellenbosch to the Free State. But Johan had to persuade Brenda that this whole move was right. So Johan phoned me one day in the Free State, and I said, there's no chance this is not going to happen. It's outrageous. We built a sappy building, blah, blah, blah. And he talked about that. And he said, are you scared to talk? And I said, no, you mustn't say that too. I'm not scared of too many things. However, I went straight to Mexico then for an extended trip. While I was away, he got hold of Brenda. And I came back, flew through Cape Town, phoned Brenda from Cape Town, and she said, don't come back to Bloemfontein, you need to go to Pretoria. This guy is serious, you need to start talking. And then we went to Putcher's and drank the wine. And if you don't know that story, read the FABI story. It's a narrative, and it's a little, it's quite informal. But some of that story is captured there. It's just absolutely amazing to think that 5 years have passed. So 5 years ago, many of you were present, and the young new Fabians weren't, but you're learning, you're coming to understand the story. We met for 2 days on the 25th and 25th and 26th of January in 2018 and celebrated 20 years. And it's incredibly difficult to believe that that time, that 5 years has passed since then. Just whoop, and it's gone. It was an event where there was a title, and the title was The FABI Story, The Road to Research Excellence, and that all of you have lived amazingly over this period of time. I'll never forget those days, incidentally, because Brenda and I were a little anxious. Our first granddaughter was about to arrive, and we thought it might happen right then, so we wouldn't be speaking, we would be doing other things. And Rachel postponed her grand entrance to the next day when we were decompressing with our friends from around the world. So that was all good, 27th of January 2018. She'll be 6 next year. So when I stood up and spoke on the 25th of January 2018, I made 4 particular points. I chose 4 points to make. And I'm going to repeat those. Some of you will remember, and some of you weren't there to hear. So there were points that to me were perhaps the most important issues that drove the rapid development, and Johan Kotso talked about this, almost unbelievably rapid development of FABI and its very rapid assumption of national and then international significance. Shocking even to us. And I can tell you many things shock me about FABI today. I see things and think, whoa, is that really possible? Because so much is happening. Number 1, people power. We started with an incredibly committed team of people, 56 that moved from the Free State to here, a few others that joined us. But right from the beginning, FABI has been underpinned, and FABI's success have been underpinned by passionate, committed people who believe in what we're trying to do. That's true today as much as it was when I made that point in 2018 at FABI 20. I talked on a topic that interests me very deeply, and that is called the power of the intersections, and many of you have heard me talk about the intersections. The intersections between disciplines is what has driven for many years and more great success in terms of science and technology. So Johan reflected on the so-called chimneys, these departments doing what they do, usually like a daisy chain, a head of department, and so it would be a professor, associate professor, and the best PhD student becomes the senior lecturer, and so it continues. Inward looking and not seeing the bigger picture. So intersections, and a lot has been written about this, but I talked about the power of the intersections and how FABI had, to a great extent, become successful so rapidly because the Institute covered many disciplines, and maybe that's also something to do with the field of plant pathology, which covers many disciplines. We're microbiologists together, so we share that. But that was a winning component of FABI, and it remains that today. I talked about connecting the dots. Now that sounds like a strange thing, and some of you still have the t-shirt, the Connecting the Dots t-shirts. It's a metaphor. Business people talk about this a lot. It's incredibly important. And what it is it focuses in connecting dots on defining where the dots are, which are the important dots, and connecting all of those pieces, because that enables a team like ours to define the future directions that are going to really work. So I talked about connecting the dots, and if you're interested in connecting the dots, please go and read about this. Allow me just an opportunity to move sideways, and some of you that are betting say, yeah, well, here I'm going to win the bet. But to move aside from those particular points to where we are today. We're living in an incredibly complex world, an incredibly difficult world. Politically, it's a frightening world, and I'm not going to talk about politics, but politics does define many of these issues. But think of a few issues. Climate change. Climate change is affecting our lives deeply today, and it's going to be more so for all of us into the future in a very frightening way. The issues of green energy. connected to climate change. Hugely, hugely important. Our world is changing rapidly, and it's going to change deeply for all of us. Some of you younger in this group, more so because you have more time to experience that, but the world will change. The way the world works will change deeply. The issues of food security and water security are terrifying and are going to challenge the world deeply into the next decades and beyond. And then we have the whole issue of artificial intelligence, which is already impacting, and we haven't seen anything yet. It's so complex, so exciting, so deep, that we're, as individuals, unable to really understand what it's all about. But all of those and these other challenges that face the world will be solved, and they will be solved through research, and they will be solved through technology and application of technology. That is the answer, and that is deeply why and how FABI became so successful. Companies, let's start with governments. Governments, companies, research institutions, universities that don't understand that and don't capture the opportunity to invest and invest deeply in research and technology are doomed to failure, or at least they're going to lose the big battle. They will be the losers in a big picture into the future. Now, some of you, the young amongst you, have said, well, the guy has also forgotten how to count, because I said 4 points, but I only shared 3 with you. So let me go to that last point. The last point I made when we started FABI, when we were celebrating FABI 20, and it had been said many times before, was that FABI was an experiment. Johan didn't really know what he was doing. I certainly didn't know what I was doing, and I had no idea what would happen. By being outside the conventional departmental structure was crucially important. But as we started to move, things changed all the time, and we were able to do many experiments, big ones and small ones. Some failed and some won. But FABI has always been experimental. That has been a deep part of the power. FABI remains an experiment, and FABI will be an experiment into the future. And when FABI ceases to be an experiment, there will be no FABI. It will have closed. The experiment will end, and FABI will have been there. Looking from my perspective now, a little bit to the outside, this experiment is only just starting. If you look at what has happened in the last 5 years under Bernard's guidance and leadership, this experiment is exploding, and it will explode further. So let me hand over to Bernard to tell you something about that. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Good morning, everybody. What an incredible privilege. I have to start by just saying first that sitting there listening to where these ideas come from, the relationships that made them work, the implementation of those ideas, it is just absolutely inspiring. So as a start, to all of you who've inspired this journey, have supported this journey and made it happen, I'm one of the beneficiaries that have benefited from that journey, so thank you very much. But everybody else, this morning as I was here early, Nulani and the team cleaning things up, and then people starting to come in here, it's an incredible feeling of energy and joy to see all of you as friends on this journey that we are. So thank you very much for being here with us. So what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is visualize some of what you've heard other people say. Visualize some of this journey that we've been on. And I'm going to use some slides, unlike the previous speaker. So there you see a picture of Johan opening FABI in 1998, and you see one of the first FABI pictures in 2000. You saying? You can't see. You can't see. What do you mean? There it is. I'm not sure what you mean. So there Johan is, and there's a photograph from 2000 with the FABI group at that stage. That's the size of it. And there is a bursary available for anybody who can identify me. I'm also somewhere there. I'm going to jump to, Mike referred to 5 years ago, we celebrated 20 years. This is the year after. This is 2019. That's what that group looked like. You can see how it's grown over that time. We go to 2020, all very happy, and we go to 2021. 2021, we couldn't do our photograph, of course, because we were all in lockdown, But you can see this continued growth. By 2022, we could get together again, everybody with their masks on as we were taking this picture with a drone. Maybe that's also speaking about the technology changing, and this beginning of this year. You can see a group that is growing in size, but also in terms of the diversity of what it does. So later today, you will get this pamphlet of just been updated of the FABI, what FABI looks like today. 348 people connected through it. We have about 300 people here and online today. And again, thank you for all of us joining us. But we stand incredibly proud that this program has grown from one program in the beginning with the TPCP to today 28 programs that are impacting industries and our society really around the globe. I'll say a bit more about that. But perhaps most proud of the more than 600 masters and PhDs that have been trained through this institute and that are now leading programs all around the world. So we hope you'll enjoy that for us. The picture has also changed. When we started, there were, I think, 6 departments in natural and agricultural sciences linked to FABI. Today, many of those departments have also merged. Biochemistry, genetics, and microbiology used to be 3 different departments. So those departments are merging. But FABI is also expanding from just being involved with the natural and agricultural sciences to increasingly being connected to engineering and built environment, in particular the Department of Computer Science, but also others. I'll say a bit more about our role in the growing Innovation Africa platform. I've mentioned that we have 28 programs. You see many of them represented there, but in some areas there's incredible critical mass. So for example, if we look in an area such as tree health biotechnology, there are 11 programs that are linked to tree health biotechnology. Incredible strength, leading that field, not just in South Africa, but really globally. And increasingly also in the grain health space. There's been grain programs for many years, but that continues to grow, and you'll hear more about that later today. FABI is, we've spoken a lot about this principle of, what is the role of us connected to industry, connected to the broader industry. We see that as, at our core, quality research that drives quality training, but linked to quality service and support and technologies that we share for the benefit of industry and our broader society. So absolutely at the core of what we do and how we grow programs, how we see ourselves. It's been mentioned many times that what FABI has catalyzed is really interdisciplinary ability. So if we take something like tree health, and we can take many other examples, we're not approaching that from a perspective of whatever your discipline is, but really are actively working to bring this together in a team environment and holistically deal with these problems. And you see a list of what we think the specialities are that we are linking in FABI. I know not possible for you to read all of that, so just a feeling that you get for the diversity that now exists in FABI. So I've mentioned FABI and its role in Innovation Africa. FABI played a role in the emergence of Future Africa with its experience in inter and transdisciplinarity, and today can anchor the growth of a new platform at the University of Pretoria called Innovation Africa at UP that allows us to connect. I wonder if my pointer works here. Doesn't really work. That connects, I think, on your right-hand side, the capacities that lie across the different faculties at the university, and on your left-hand side in red, the needs that sit with our external stakeholders, government and industry, and connect that through structures to unlock that potential. And we would like to see many more of these kinds of platforms grow within Innovation Africa over the coming years. It's been mentioned that we don't do this alone. So we do this in an interdisciplinary fashion, but not just in South Africa. We do this as a global hub. And that's one of the values we bring, that industries don't need to put their money elsewhere to connect global expertise. They can put their money here because we can connect, because we have the critical mass, we can connect that global expertise in South Africa. You see a network of our co-publications. It's been mentioned that many of the laboratories, many of the programs we run are not even based in South Africa. They're international programs that we jointly run with institutions all around the world. Those are the dots that you see appearing on the screen there. So what does this give us? If you start moving around the world, this is an International Union of Forestry Research Organizations meeting in Portugal last year, and a very large, and I don't even think we had all of them there, very large number of people at that meeting either studied at FABI or worked at FABI at one point in time, so, and now work all around the world. So as we start dealing with problems, there really is this incredibly strong network of people again all around the world. In FABI, we've got these incredible collections that this has given us over the years. One of the biggest fungal culture collections in the world, 55,000 plus cultures in there, but many other organisms. And this gives us incredible power. For example, when previously unknown diseases of, in this case, tree appears in Indonesia, a different part of the world, experts from around the world get to work on this and can't solve the problem. It's the FABI team that often brings the solution, discovers this new organism there, and helps those industries also deal with it. But when similar problems then pop up in South Africa, literally within weeks, this team is able to say, we're dealing with the same group of organisms, but not the same species, and here is how we can transfer those knowledge for the benefit of industries in South Africa. So incredible power that gives us. That power is important. Mike referred to our world that is being impacted by many things. This is a slide that's perhaps the most shown slide for those of us that work in tree health. Brett Hurley putting this data together of the rise of insect pests on eucalyptus. This was last updated, I think, in 2019, Brett, and that graph just continues up. So incredible external pressures. This is just one of them. Climate change has been mentioned earlier this year. I had the opportunity to see these impacts in the northern Germany, where thousands of hectares of trees are simply it's just ghost forests in those areas. And these are not the only ones. There are many of these other instabilities. Also instabilities all around us. Our lights are not always on, and that brings certain challenges. Funding challenges, you'll hear about some of them a bit later today, doesn't always make it a very easy environment to work in. So somebody is advancing my slides, wondering why I have a black slide there. It's intentional. You can leave it like that. You can put it back there. It's intended to be black because the lights are not always on. So a challenging environment in which we sometimes work, but with a higher expectation of performance. How do you do that? So if we look back on 25 years, the lights have not always been on. It hasn't always just been an easy journey for us to be on. What are some of those success factors that have brought us to this point today that we can look to build on the next 25 years? Mike have referred to a couple of them. So I'm here referring to a scheme that my wife alerted to me a while ago, talking about these issues from an MIT Center of Organizational Learning. This is an area that she works in, thinking about how do organizations deal with this uncertainty that we have in the world at the moment. What are those drivers of success? Not surprisingly, identifying quality relationships as the core of that. How many times have we heard today that it's a handshake where the best deals are? The trust in the people that are making this success. And as we look forward, we should not forget that that is what ultimately what will be our success for the next 25 years. That should influence how we think about what we do, should influence what we actually do and how we implement it. And that is what has given FABI the results that it has had up to this point, and what will continue to deliver the impact going forward. There's a nice reinforcing circle there that the more impact you have, the better the relationships go. But let us not forget that that is what it is all about. So it is a real pleasure for me, and with a big thanks to Mark Mutsia, Morey Boy-Lewis, and others who have helped us produce the next FABI biannual report, to say that if I look through this book, which we're launching today, these are the first copies of that report now available, I think you will see that reflected within that. First of all, you'll see not just in the report, but also all through the day, this link to art. It's been there in FABI for a long time. It's growing within our environment, also in terms of how we're engaging with our art. You'll hear something about that with the next speaker as well. But chosen for the front page there is an art piece by Diana Six, a FABI extraordinary professor, talking about symbiosis. And I think for us that captured the symbiosis between the people, with our industry partners, that really is making that work. And of course, the link to the natural environment, which is very special to many of us. It captures the relationships. This is one of my favorite pictures of the social club with a year-end function organizing a couple of years ago. And in saying that, I should recognize that Gara Fourie sits here in front, has led this social club for us for many years. She's handing over to Nulani at this point, but it is her birthday today, so let's give her a round of applause. And a big thank you to that social club, but all of you that make sure that the internal relations continue to be strong, because that is our strength. But also, and this comes from the report as well, our external partners. Been mentioned many times, it's not just the money, it's the partnerships that really matter, and not just in additional resources, but thinking with us and being with us on this journey. I look forward very briefly to the end of this talk. So FABI was established to lead into this field of biotechnology, emerging field at the time, and that should remain at the heart of what we do, helping our industries unlock the potential of the new technologies that are coming online. These are from talks that I've been giving to industry partners, from these economist front pages asking, is it going to be good, is it going to be bad, synthetic biology and AI? And the answer, I believe, is lying in us being able to unlock that for our benefit and not waiting for others. So for those of you in FABI every day are not surprised to know about all these projects within FABI, things like, and just examples here, our culture collection systematically being digitized, already at 6,000 or 7,000 cultures that are complete genome sequence being determined. FMG leading the 10,000 genome, sequencing all eucalyptus species and a whole pangenome for Eucalyptus grandis. Or the SASSI project, that's digitizing 1,000 soil samples a year, at least at this point in time. So our biology is digitizing, and FABI is leading in that space. Leading also in learning about synthetic biology, and Christian Grobler took this picture for me, and what you're seeing on there are fruit flies, who on their antennae are expressing the odorant receptors of Cyrex noctilio. So we can learn more about how these organisms interact with their chemical environment. And leading for an agriculture and forestry environment, some of these conversations that the rest of the world are having about the use of synthetic biology for controlling mosquitoes, including experiments in Africa, but led from other parts of the world. This is something that should be led from South Africa for the benefit of South Africa and Africa. We're leading things like digitalization, not just of our biology, but in capturing sensor information, engaging with our partners, establishing our own cloud-based data management system. Most of you are already on that platform. If you're not, please go into the Google Play Store or the Apple Store and download it now and engage with us through these digital means. It's allowing us to connect data sets from industry, from research, from our diagnostic clinics, all into national digital biosecurity information available to our industry and our government, including increasingly remote sensing data. But as we then look at opportunities for the future, I think this captures it very well for me. If we think about Africa as an incredible hub for the future of food and fiber in the world, incredible opportunities that lie await on our continent, that is a representation of genetically modified plants that are available in agriculture and used in agriculture today. Mostly cotton, north of Africa, cowpea now in Nigeria, Kenya is getting close to using GMO maize, but it represents, I think, incredible opportunity for FABI to contribute to the development of this continent, not just in terms of the products, but also in terms of the capacity development, because I think that also reflects capacity that is available. So incredible role for us to play, a responsibility and opportunity. With that, I thank you for listening to me and want to just briefly give you a picture of what lies ahead. You're going to see this picture, and later today, this is a painting that was donated to FABI, I think captures a lot of who we are and what we do. You're going to hear rapid fire representations from all of those fruits on the tree, representing many of the different research programs and what they do and how they see the future. So join us for that journey. It's going to be a little overwhelming, you have been warned, but for a look at what FABI looks like today and what we will be doing into the future. A very big thank you from me again for every one of you who are here today and on this journey with us. Thank you. And I wonder how we manage time. And I'm going to look over to Nulani. Shall we take the last talk, or shall we take the break and the photograph and move that talk to after the break? Right. Hanli, so where is Hanli? We're going to move that to just after the break. So then I'm going to ask that you all help us in taking a FABI 25 picture by just standing up in your row and just moving to the middle. If you have cups or things in front of you on the table, just move them down onto your chair. So just stand behind the chairs. And all of you just don't come a step down or anything, just move to the middle in the rows where you are. And can I get the FABI 25 logo on the screen here in front, please? The team at the back, yes, there you go, thank you. So those that are, we're just going to do a little bit of rearrangement. I think those at the side there, if you can maybe come down a row. Ricky, what do you think? Got a gap there. There's somebody coming into the gap there. That's great. Right, and they're filling up there. That looks great. Fantastic. That is an amazing picture. I will come and stand there with you. I'll jump just behind you. I'm going to go there with you. I will lie there in the front, yes. I'll maybe squeeze in next to Professor. Yeah, please use this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a really, really, really important photograph. So we're not going to rush it because we need to get this right. And the one thing is some of you are tall and some of you are very short. And I have a whole row here in the front where I can put the shorter people. And please, I love you because you are short, and I love you if you're tall, but this middle bulge, you know.
So who are we calling? If you identify as short, would you come to the front, please? Right. Thank you.
The other consideration, and I'm looking at people that are really small or short. Yes, yeah, don't hide. Okay. If you see me looking over somebody's head like this, all I see is your eyes, okay? So I would love you to stand so that the two people in front of you are like this. Then I can see the whole of your face, please. And hopefully my last request is everybody, if we stand sideways, we take up less space. So can I ask you to come in closer? My gentleman over there with the glasses, you are very tall. Yes, you're looking back. Yes, sir. Could you move to the side, please? And then,
Yeah, I think that's better.
yeah, there's Morna, you and your neighbor, you're also too tall for where you're standing. Okay. Yanni, you too. Yes.
Yes, that's good.
Thank you. And
We
then,
can't see Yanni now.
no, you have to. Yeah. I think in the middle is better. In the middle is better, but come down, please. Yes, very. We're not picking on you. We want to see you. Okay. And then, who else should I? Okay. Now, those of you that are of average height or tall, you have to do this. Even, yeah, we have to do that as well. Just so that I'm sure that those that didn't listen to me, that are short, so that I can see you.
Teresa, can you one step down? Perfect. Right, I think that's looking good.
Okay. Pardon? All right. Okay, so your biggest, best, cheesiest smile, please. And looking into the camera, I'm going to count, and it's 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then we're going to do another one. It's 1, 2, 3. There we go. No, you didn't even smile for that. Please. Okay. And then I don't know what else to make you smile. So I'm just going to ask you, please smile nicely. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Shouldn't we do a... Sorry, shouldn't we do a yay, something like that? It's 25 years, huh? Yeah, come on, just pick it up, yeah. Celebrate, yes. And you can go up, and you can go down, and you can go sideways, whatever you want to do. Are you ready to celebrate? Okay, and give it your all. Here we go, and there's FABI! Thank you.
So please join us. Please join us for coffee in the dining area, and you'll hear the gong when we want you to come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of our, hello? One of our participants has lost her phone. If somebody picks up a phone, please just bring it to me. I'm sitting right here in the front. It would be really nice if we can help her to get back her phone.
All right. Welcome back. Let me just open here my notes. All right. Can we have the slide up? Hanli is going to lead us in. Yeah, I'm jumping ahead. So thank you very much for joining us again. We've moved Hanli's talk from the first session to now, so she's going to start us off, and then after that, we're going to hear from the research leaders. You've heard me speak about this theme of art science, and Hanli has been participating with some Fabians in some art science projects, and we thought important to highlight that today as well. So Hanli, we look forward to listening to you. Hanli Kutsia.
Great. Sure. Thanks for this platform. I've been gate crashing science conferences for a decade, and this is where it got me. Very excitingly, last year we won a Social Impact Art Prize, and a group of artists. Actually, Sarah Karen, she met Mike at the Oppenheimer conference and said that we won this prize. Can we speak to your shuttle borer experts? And that's how we got into the room. So since September last year, we've created a whole lot of bridges and ways to work together. And also in the meanwhile, what's happened is in 2020, I started Study Science. The Global Change Institute asked me to interrogate how artists manage to reach new audiences and how can science learn from the arts, because we've always just naturally gone out and found new audiences with new ideas. So in this urgency that we have with climate change, Colleen Vogel was very interested to see how can we get these kinds of immersive experiences to society quicker. So this was my first science poster that was up at the Oppenheimer conference, and it's very much about my research, which is about how eco-art or sci-art or art science, there are many names for these things, environmental art, really can immerse audiences and bring us together to build healthier futures. So I'm going to go through just a few spaces where we've intersected with FABI. So in my findings, my science findings, participation, education, and regeneration, if those features are built into any kind of a participatory component, you reach new audiences. And I took 50 environmental artworks from around the world, and I interrogated that data set with a data set of my own sort of tick list. And the scientists helped me to do it with a frequentist approach. So I'll be writing about that in the near future. I just wanted to show you where this sort of transformative space sits. On that slide on the top right, you can see how the stuff that's really quite decadent is where the most transformation happens. So the works that you're going to see now is pretty much in that sort of space. Oops, sorry, that's where the art's happening. Sorry, I'm just skipping through. So that was a wall that I had up at the Oppenheimer conference. And it just shows the aha moments that's created when art and science meet. So just so that you know, there's going to be a lot of arts and science things happening with FABI over the next couple of decades. If any of you have the desire to work with artists, we've been working hard, Vanna, it's really wonderful visionary to bring this discipline into this space and celebrate a transdisciplinary future. So the project that we worked with Trudy Parp with last year was with the shuttle borer. And one of the other artists in the group suggested, I really wanted to see how these trees are dying, but in a sculptural, physical way. So she suggested that I inject the actual galleries that the shuttle borer dig with porcelain and then fire it out. So some of the works that you see in the foyer here is actually that process. And I wanted to share this specifically because it really felt a bit lab-like, you know, to inject this porcelain. It had to have the right consistency to go into the little galleries and then fire it out. And it was almost like it was creating a new language. And earlier, with all the profs and doctors talking, you know, we have 30 languages here that we're talking, but there's also visual languages that cuts across, you know, ways of communicating that's not perhaps accessible in an academic sense. So just to clarify, this kind of work is new knowledge that's transdisciplinary. It's not to translate science into, it's not a science communications talk. So it really, it transgresses and it works in that space where that urgency is really inspiring the ways that it becomes immersive. So part of this process, you can see in the top right corner there, we created these bags, we call it field bags, and the bags had a notebook in and then a whole lot of drawing tools. And we had these walking, thinking, immersive moments to dead trees or dead or dying trees. They were all infested by the shuttle borer, and we went with Trudy Parp. And with this group of diverse thinkers, we started making our own notes to work out what this means for us. We've got these world-class cities with forests that's planted and they're falling apart. And how can we, as artists, bring this warmth into a conversation that's really quite dismal? So we encouraged Trudy very hard to come up with a Read Plant poster. And she could only really confidently identify 6 trees that's not currently dying from the shuttle borer. And I said to her, you know, it's much more important to have a small, confident list than nothing at all, because these kinds of posters really create hope. So these trees are all safe to plant in South Africa currently. It's a national list, and it's also all available at nurseries. So we did all of that research to make sure that it's doable. So we've got some of these posters here. There's a limited edition screen print, beautiful artistic poster that you can buy, or you can also distribute the pamphlet that you see on your tables. We've got a digital version of that, so that can go out to nurseries and so on. But that also then led to many other projects. With this field bag, we felt comfortable in the city not to be pickpocketed. It's a very deliberate field bag that's got art tools in it. So it was very open, so that it didn't look like you had a laptop in there or so. So we took this bag into another project with South African National Parks. That history of the park's boundary being so rigid, this project was designed to blur those harsh boundaries and to have a conversation. This group of young eco rangers, they call themselves, they in high school came together and made contact with Ogilas National Park and said they are interested in conservation. And then the pandemic hit and everything went into a hiatus. And then Wendy Foden from St. Parks and I have been putting our thinking caps on together. How can we do an immersive art science walking workshop, which is very proactive, to get this youth group reactivated again? So here they are drawing. There's going to be some videos in the break that you can see some of these projects in more detail, but they basically learned a lot about local climate change issues in Nogales, but they also learned how like contradictions or disputes could be held together in an artistic way. These are not artists, they're conservation-minded people, but we use the arts to do that. So as part of the anchor and the Commission Metas Foundation, they funded it. I built a site-specific work that anchors the youth, and they can go revisit that sculpture, and we actually measured the impact. So just within this specific project, within the first 2 months after the workshop, they reached 46,000 people locally about the local climate issues. And so this field bag really becomes this, it's like a boundary object which cuts across disciplines and enables people to think together and problem solve together. So on the walking theme, earlier in 2018, I was part of an exhibition at WITS in the Origin Center, and at that time learned that the International Continental Watershed runs through Johannesburg, and I wanted to walk it. So I did the research, also again with scientists, and we plotted the whole thing out and walked the actual space. Is this, can I press play on this? There we go. So we took these sculptures on a hike on the watershed. These hyenas then were built and then bought by the Origin Center, so that watershed conversation continues. But also, it opened up so many other ways of walking. The Water Research Commission contacted us to do a walk with them on the watershed with the people from the city. And then these things just keep interlinking. Another walk that I was invited to was Bernard Coetzee, who was also at the university. He had a little bit of funding left over, and he went from the Global Change Institute and came to UP and invited me to Kruger for an art science brainstorm and told me all about Sky Glow. And at the time, we were sitting on the FABI River, having a very serious meeting over a beer. And we were just really understanding how could we bring real-world solutions into this very complex space that we're in. And at the time then, earlier this year, Bernard also invited me to come and do a walk with the Fabians, and we did that out here in just north of Pretoria. I can't remember the place's name. But the whole idea is to do these kinds of immersive activations, to think together and to come up with not only using the arts illustratively, but also creating new questions together with other types of diverse knowledge. So that kind of space is happening, and it's also going to happen in FABI. So these little nocturnal friendly sculptures happened after I met Bernard Coetzee as well. Just very briefly, some of the problem solving that's happening in Joburg. This is a urinal that we built on Youth Day with bibs on and with a whole lot of phytoremediation scientists. Basically, you pee into the pot and the plants extract the urine. And all of this research was done. We know it's working because it's not stinking. And we also have realized that we don't have enough public furniture in the city, so it smells so good that even while somebody's urinating, somebody else is sitting on the other side. It's insane. And just another quick project that we did at the Khoimaima market. So the youth is really excited about this indigenous knowledge and how everything is shared, but the plants are so harvested out of the wild. So Nolwazi Mobungwa that I've worked with on this project, and I went to the elders at Khoimaima, and they are so progressive. They absolutely love this idea to create like an Instagrammable entrance. And then in these little pot plants, we planted very rare medicinal plants to bring an urban conservation project right into the city and green the city at the same time. So that's me.
Yeah, I think it's very obvious why we're so keen to partner with Hanli and other artists. Thank you for the inspiration and continued partnership, Hanli. Right, so now if I can bring up that, the slide of the tree, there you go. So you are going to receive now rapid fire feedback from research leaders in the various groups about who the people are that make up those groups, what they are doing, and what the future looks like. The beautiful slide that you see up there was produced by Lukemir Skeepers, and I should say that she's not just handy and doing that kind of thing, she's also a talented artist. So in the break you heard somebody playing the violin, that was Luki Marie. Let's give her a round of applause as well. So this is the last that you're going to see from me for a while. I'm going to ask my colleagues, so Brett, you get us started, and they're going to introduce themselves and just follow up on from each other as they finish.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Excuse me. So, yeah, my name is Brett Hurley. I'm one of the many research leaders in the Tree Protection Cooperative Program. So the Tree Protection Cooperative Program, or the TPCP as it's known, started around about 35 years ago with the founding director, Mike Wingfield, and also a handful of really key people in the forest industry. So now, 35 years later, with regards to keeping his trees healthy under the leadership, new leadership of Bernard Slippers as the director, the group consists of about 75 PhD and MSc students, around about 20 postdocs and research fellows, and a large number of academic staff, technical staff and admin staff that are integrated into the group. As well as incorporating really the majority of forestry and forestry stakeholders across the countries as members of the TPCP program. So that's from the very smallest grower to the large corporate forestry companies in the country. So the TPCP started really with a forest pathology fungal genetics focus. It's grown due to the demand of the complex problems that forestry faces to include a lot of other disciplines. So this includes, for example, entomology, chemical ecology, and biology, recently data science, remote sensing, microbiology, even nematology, genomics, etc. So that's just some of the disciplines that it now includes. And within those disciplines, the TPCP publishes about 100 scientific papers a year. So this multidisciplinary approach really gives the group an opportunity to tackle complex problems that can't be solved within one discipline itself, but it also gives students the opportunity to interact with people from different disciplines, joining them on field trips, sharing lab space with them, sharing ideas. Another aspect of the TPCP program is the research-linked services that it offers. For example, the program started with a diagnostic clinic to service the industry and provide diagnosis and support to the industry on problems in the field. That's grown to other research-linked services. The TPCP has the largest known collection in the world with regards to fungal cultures of tree diseases. It has a high-tech disease screening facility that Elmut leads. There's biological control, where we do research on biocontrol, as well as the releases and production of biocontrol agents that are relevant in the forestry industry. Field extension, we have about, I think, close to 1,000 person days in the field every year. And then more recently, we've been funded to implement a national surveillance program for pests and pathogens in the country. So together with the research focus, the multidisciplinary research focus, as well as these research-linked and research-driven support services, the TPCP is enabled to really cover a broad range of science, from the very basic sciences, including things like genomics, to the more applied sciences, and actually even to some applications. For example, the development and distribution of pheromones, of biocontrol agents, developing and implementing rapid diagnostic techniques, etc. So this really gives the TPCP program the opportunity to address very immediate needs for the industry and for forestry in general, but also to invest in long-term research for novel techniques into the future. So talking about the future, one of the main things where the TPCP program is going is really to think about precise pest management. And by pest, this includes pathogens. So issues are often very complex, and so we're building towards a better understanding of the genetics and how that underlies some of these problems, microclimate, etc. So really you're looking into novel solutions for complex problems into the future. Thank you very much.
My name is Nanette Christie, and I'm a senior researcher in the Forest Molecular Genetics program. I think we can move one slide back, please. Yes, that's it. Okay, so I'm pleased to share with you the exciting work that we do in collaboration with the South African forestry industry on the development of biotechnology tools for tree improvement. So our group had the privilege of playing a leading role in sequencing the genome of Eucalyptus grandis, and we published this work in the prestigious journal Nature in 2014. And since then, we've been working on expanding the genomic technologies to other tree species grown in South Africa. So we are currently leading an exciting and international project to sequence the genomes of 950 eucalyptus tree species in Australia and more than 2,000 Eucalyptus grandis trees in South Africa. Over the last 2 years, we worked on draft genomes for black wattle and macadamia, and we are currently focusing on the mega genome of tropical pines. So having these genetic blueprints in hand, we have embarked on a journey of exploration and application. And the overarching question that guides our efforts is how can we accelerate the genetic improvement of forest tree species? Okay, so to achieve this aim of genome-accelerated tree breeding, we are working in close collaboration with tree breeders to test the genomic technologies in tree improvement. And this very successful partnership of industry, government, and academia has reached or has a lot of potential and reached very high success because we are training research, or actually a next generation of young scientists that will be leading from now on. Okay, so to assess the genomic relationships of forestry species, we developed a single nucleotide polymorphism, or SNP chip, that can read the genomes of pine trees at each of 50,000 places. And with a similar chip developed for eucalyptus species, we can now use this technology for applications such as DNA fingerprinting, species and hybrid identification, and pedigree reconstruction. So in the next decade, we will be using this technology to also map the genomes of pine and eucalyptus trees for traits such as growth and wood properties that affect wood processing. Such information will be used to guide the development of genomic models to predict breeding values for traits that are expressed only at maturity. And at the same time, landscape genomic tools will enable the analysis of genotype by environment interactions that will allow us to make climate-specific selections in the decades to come. So this brings me back to our aim, or our vision, which is genome-accelerated tree breeding, where big data science and artificial intelligence will play a pivotal role. So we thank the industry and government funding partners for supporting our work, and all the collaborators in industry for sharing this journey with us. Thank you.
A very good morning, everybody. I am Professor Sanushka Naidu, and I am the head of the Department of Biochemistry, Genetics, and Microbiology. But I also am a lead PI on a research program, Eucalyptus and Pine Pathogen Interactions. And this is our team. Everyone's smiling in the photograph. And we had to add Miriam in because she missed picture day. So that's why the picture looks like something's been added. So we have been working on eucalyptus resistance against various pests and pathogens, and I just want to highlight some of the work that we have been doing together with the TPCP. So we've been focusing on the interaction between eucalyptus and a blight pathogen, a Teratosphera destructans, and we've identified a very robust inoculation protocol. We've identified leaf waxes as being implicated in resistance, and we're looking into secondary metabolites and specific defense pathways. In our work, in collaboration with our friends in Australia, we've been working on the myrtle rust pathogen, and in that interaction, we identified phytohormone signaling, a brasinosteroid signaling that could be important for resistance. And we were also able to look at what the pathogen was doing inside the plants using some of our molecular techniques. Then we've been looking at a stem canker pathogen called Chrysoporthe austroafricana. And we've been investigating this at population level, and we are investigating DNA and chemical markers that we can use for selecting resistant hosts. Then we are also getting climate ready. And what we've been doing is looking at the intersection between drought stress and pathogen infection. So what would happen to a eucalyptus tree that we consider resistant right now when it undergoes some mild drought stress? And for that, we have identified specific signatures that are governing susceptibility after drought. In pine, we are working on a population of a hybrid between resistant and susceptible parents. And here we are looking to find the underlying reason for why pines are susceptible to Fusarium cercinatum, which is a terrible disease, as industry members know. And what we've been focusing on here is a very precision phenotyping method. So it's not enough to just look at the trees by eye when we do controlled inoculations, but here we are using more molecular techniques to quantify how much of the pathogen exists in every individual tree. And Nanette just described to you the tool that we have at our disposal. It is the pine snip chip. And for that, we would then go on to identify the DNA that is conferring resistance against Fusarium cercinatum. And what does the future hold, and what are we planning? Well, it's just in keeping with the theme that Bernard described. We are moving to AI to help us to predict patterns. We're very interested in the kind of signaling hubs where different pathogens and pests may be converging and affecting tree defenses. And we're going to be using precise gene editing, and we want to functionally characterize specific genes that we'll be identifying in those central defense pathways. Thank you.
Hi everyone again, nice to see you. Let's see if I can get this all working. What is happening? Coming. Okay, so I've been asked to talk briefly about the RGE FABI Tree Health Program, and many of you will be wondering well, not those in FABI, of course, because you come to the seminars, what is RGE? So let me share a little bit of this with you. So RGE is Royal Golden Eagle. It's one of the largest companies in the world, and it is a holding company of many other companies, and their forestry operations, which are massive globally, are held within a company called the April Group. So if you're interested in that, you can go and read. So this program is a 5-year collaborative project established between FABI and the April Group in 2018. It is based on the past experience of the company that had huge problems with pest and disease problems, that they represented one of, if not the greatest threat to their plantations and their profitability into the future. So the program provides fundamental research, and that's important, the fundamental research that must underpin management options at an operational level. And those of you involved in the TPC will understand, other projects that are in FABI will understand that the fundamental research is absolutely crucial if one can even hope to have operational solutions. And then, very importantly, to fund student research so as to ensure a future pipeline of high-quality researchers in the field of forestry health. So, briefly, 2018, the beginning of this project, it stemmed from a long history with RG that I had had with the organization, and their understanding that they needed expertise. They had interviewed many people from around the world and came to the conclusion that all the people they wanted, some of them sitting in this room, would not join them on site, so they needed to come to FABI and build a collaborative venture. So you see in the one picture here, Anderson Tanoto, he is the head of the forest. It's a family-owned business, so his father began the business some 55 years ago or so, exactly, in fact, 55 years ago, and Anderson has run the forestry program for the last decade or so. So Irene sitting in the corner there and myself, where Anderson said, we need to put a footprint in FABI. It's the only way that we can succeed. And captured in the other side, you see the back of one of our Indonesian colleagues illustrating their vision. So the idea here was to have the FABI part providing the research and development, based of course here in Pretoria, linked to their research center, which is in Kerinci in South Sumatra, which is a massive center that has research development and technology transfer, but the fundamental research coming from our side. So a seamless pipeline between the two, then informing the operations, and those operations, Brazil in Brazil, very, very big these days, as people in forestry know, the Kalimantan Development Unit, Toba Pulp Lestari, which is in North Sumatra, and then their programs under RAPP in Rio. So, looking ahead, I'll say three things. An enormous amount of very, very impressive science has emerged from this program. Again, shocking even to me, and some of the team are here resolving some important problems, and Bernard Zunushka and others have referred to those. And an important point to the South African forest industry is this has been, and it should always have been, that was the intention, an absolute win-win. If we hadn't done, and Num hadn't done his groundbreaking work in Indonesia, we would not have discovered the scab problem in South Africa as rapidly as we did, or identified the pathogen. The second point is we've had an enormous amount of fun. It's an unusual, some of the operations in very unusual and exciting places. Our students, ourselves, have had the opportunity to engage internationally. So huge cultural learning and development, which has been incredibly exciting. And the third point that I think is important is success breeds success. I always say when people come up to me and say, I've just got this fantastic project, I say, let us open the champagne. When the project is repeated, the project is now going to continue for another 5 years. We've just signed the contract. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Becker, and I'm a researcher at the Avocado Research Program. So avocados, as many of us know, are one of the most nutritious and versatile fruits in the world. They are rich in healthy fats, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants, and they can be used to make everything from guacamole to ice cream. But avocados are also under threat from numerous pests and pathogens, the most prominent of which is Phytophthora cinnamomai. Rather horrifyingly, this disease can wipe out an entire orchard in a matter of months, and if left unattended, this would mean no more avocado toast. That's why we, the ARP, are dedicated to finding solutions to protect and improve this crop. The goal of the ARP is to stay true to the vision of Dr. Hans Merensky, which is to build scientific capacity for the betterment of the Southern African people. Thanks to his generosity and the trust put in us by the Hans Merensky Foundation, our team is always striving towards achieving the vision of this great man. Ideal avocado production targets are always based on a tug-of-war between numerous limiting factors. And to ensure constant supply of avocado toast, we need to understand avocado's interaction with both environmental stresses such as drought, flooding, high salinity, and temperature stress, as well as the biotic factors. These biotic factors are the main focus of the avocado research program, and we have several students working on oomycetes and fungal diseases such as Rossellina necatrix and Phytophthora pseudomonas, as well as the smallest known avocado pathogen, avocado sunblotch viroid, and everything in between. To further increase our reach and service to the industry, we have established a diagnostic clinic which has published several first reports on emerging diseases in the industry in South Africa, while at the same time training young students. And here we have the team manning the front line of avocado research. The avocado research program currently boasts 1 honors, 5 masters, and 6 PhD students, and they are supported by 2 researchers, 1 postdoctoral fellow, 1 intern, and 4 undergraduate mentees. And of course, the brains behind the whole operation and the holder of the Hans Berensky Chair in Avocado Research, Nolani van den Berg. But we can't claim all the credit. Our standing as one of the leading research groups in this field was built on the hard work and dedication of researchers and students that came before us. To date, the program has yielded 5 doctoral, 21 masters, and 22 honors degrees, all of which have contributed significantly to the understanding of this crop. The Avocado Research Program is proud to have published over 40 scientific articles in leading peer-reviewed journals over the last 15 years. Our output and dedication has only been growing, and we already have numerous articles for this year either published or in peer review. This has allowed us to have a tangible impact on the future of the avocado industry. Our research's implications for enhancing disease resistance, reducing environmental impact, and improving food security. Our goals for the next 5 years include improving the number of industry-applicable research outputs, continuing our work in the diagnostic clinic to diagnose and understand emerging threats to the avocado industry, and a continued effort aimed at unraveling the molecular defense mechanisms and pathogenicity in avocado. And finally, we have an ambitious project which aims to establish a molecular breeding platform for avocado within the next 5 years. This project will represent a significant step forward for the avocado industry while providing us with a means to apply all our years of research towards growing better avocados. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ghada Fourie and really excited to provide you with a brief overview of the Macadamia Protection Program. But first, a little bit more about the industry. We are currently the largest producer of macadamia nuts in the world. In 2023, we produced up to or close to 28,000 tons of nut and shell. And if we look back at 2022, we generated an export value of close to 5 billion. It's thus important for us to protect the market and the contribution to the South African economy. And so what is important and what are limiting factors, and that would be in addition to trade and rand-dollar exchange, would be actually production itself. And here we need to focus both on quality as well as yield. And this is where the impact of pests and pathogens plays an important role. Some of our current threats are a number of flower diseases, a number of some nut diseases, as well as a growing list of insect pests. And so the overall aim of our project and our research is to focus on these pests and to really work towards reducing the impact that it's making on the industry. So it is all towards solution orientated, where we want to say we want to improve management practices. The program was established in 2017 as a collaborative partnership between SAMAC, FABI, and UP. And from a single student, an honor student at the time, we have grown in numbers. And today we actively engage with our industry partners at regional study groups, at networking days, at SAMAC symposiums, during research-related field trips, but also linked to our disease diagnostic clinic as well as our extension services.
To date, we have 7 BSc honours, 3 masters and 1 PhD graduate, and our peer review papers are growing steadily. So what is next? For us, we focus on understanding disease cycle. We want to understand pest life cycle. But of course, it's that how we link and how it interacts to the environment, to specific climatic conditions, and how that then overlays with host phenology. Why? For us, it's important to generate knowledge that we can translate to practical management solutions. We can also generate knowledge that we can use to construct risk maps, and this will help the grower to improve his timing of intervention. When we think about insect life cycle, we also focus on specific developmental stages where we are currently working towards alternative control options. And all of this for us to reduce the use of insecticides. But this was then done with a big team, many of which are FABI and academics that I collaborate with, but also people from other departments, other universities, as well as other research institutes. And saving, I guess, the most important slide for last, this is not without some of the former, but then mostly the current MAD-MAC team. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kumbuzile Bopela, and today I have the privilege of sharing some of the work that is done under the citrus health at FABI. So under citrus health, we have 4 research themes, and the first is on citrus health. There are 4 projects under this theme. The one is looking at validation of Alternaria brown spot prediction model. And another example is looking at characterizing the pathogen complex associated with blossom blight, and also looking at fungicide sensitivity on Botrytis cinerea isolates. So these are the people, the students that are involved in this research theme, and they are led by Professor Jackie van der Waals. The next research theme under citrus health is metagenomics, and basically here the idea or the research questions are, what is present or who is present on the citrus rind and what are they doing? So this particular research theme is under the leadership of Professor Teresa Coutinho, and these are the students that are involved. The third research theme under citrus health is sustainable disease control, and basically here we're looking at the suppressive effect of cover crops against Phytophthora nicotiana in citrus orchards. This research theme is under my leadership, and we have, I have a single student, a master's student working on this project. And the last research theme under citrus health is insect pests of citrus. So the projects there is monitoring and alternative control strategies for invasive as well as indigenous fruit flies, and the other project is on improving surveillance for early detection as well as prevention of citrus psyllids. This research theme is under the leadership of Prof. Chris Weldon, and these are the students that are involved in this project. So what does the future look for this for citrus health at FABI? The one project will look at the phytochemicals and how these can be used to control Phytophthora nicotiana in soil. The second project will look at the epidemiology of Botrytis cinerea, and also to develop a prediction model for this pathogen. The third is upscaling the cover crops trial from pod trial to an orchard. And lastly is to look at improving the diet for production of sterile fruit flies. And this work is supported by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And with that, this is how we keep citrus trees healthy. Thank you.
Right, good morning, everybody. How many of you actually knew that we grow kiwi fruit in South Africa, or have even thought about what a kiwi plant looks like? Well, in the top right-hand corner, you'll see a kiwi orchard, and we are growing kiwi fruit in at least 4 different provinces in South Africa. So the plant itself is actually a vine, and it produces these very weedy long canes, which then they strap over into an arch-like structure like that. The canopy will close with the leaves, and you will get male and female flowers that then will produce the fruit that hang for easy picking. You might be like me and think, well, I actually don't like kiwi fruit, but that is because you probably haven't tasted the yellow variety or the red variety, and that is actually what we're growing in South Africa. It is a fruit that is very sweet and tasty, and it's packed with a lot of nutritional vitamins, and it was actually the fruit that was promoted as being the fruit to eat during the COVID period because it has so much vitamin C in the fruit. So we have been growing about 400 hectares in South Africa. The industry is small at the moment, but it is growing because we're only at the moment fulfilling 4% of the market value. But unfortunately, with this growth in the industry, we are also getting pest and pathogen problems in the industry. And our first interaction with this industry was when they were experiencing some ceratocystis wilt in their kiwi fruit orchards. And because of our extensive knowledge that we had gained for over 30 years working with this pathogen in the TPCP, we could quite easily and very quickly identify the pathogen and help them with certain means of control. But when doing this investigation, it became very apparent that there's absolutely nothing known about the pests and pathogens affecting kiwi fruit in South Africa. No one knows anything, there's no publications, there's no reports. This actually means that the industry becomes very vulnerable. And so in February in 2023, we signed a memorandum of understanding between FABI and the Kiwi Growers Association to look at the needs that the association will have with pest and pathogen controls. So this is our team. We are very new. And my name is Irene Barnes, so I'm the project leader, supported with Mike Wingfield. But the most important people on the team are the students. And currently we've got Cheyenne Taran, who is our first PhD student, who is doing some amazing work. You have all heard her seminar yesterday. And then very quickly we had to involve Lena Dalmar onto the program, and she's helping us with some of the diagnostics as well as insect monitoring. So the farmers, they are part of the South African Kiwi Growers Association, and they finance us. And in return, we also do some screening for them. So you'll see an image there where we've already started with doing lots of ceratocystis screening to see which varieties of theirs is resistant against this pathogen. And we also do a lot of diagnostics. But what about the future? Just in these last couple of months, we've already identified a lot of areas that need urgent attention in terms of pathogen problems on the stems, as well as the flowers, as well as the fruits. So as much as the KPP, Kiwi Protection Program, is the first year in the 25 years of FABI, I have no doubt that the KPP will be producing some excellent research in the next 25 years. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Emma Steenkamp. I am the director of the DSI NRF Center of Excellence in Plant Health Biotechnology, or the CPHB in short. We have been in existence for 19 years. Early April 2004, and we came to the end of our contract in September this year. So 19 years is a long time. And I'm going to talk as if we're still existing, and we are existing still because we are tying some last minute things together, and we are, as the CPHB, exploring futures. But what is the CPHB? It's a center that uses world-class, use-inspired scientific research in biotechnology to promote the long-term health and sustainable use of socio-economically important plants, while at the same time conducting inclusive postgraduate education and training. We have developed over the last, let's say, 2 decades, a funding model based on a 3-way partnership, where our industry partners provide most of the cost for the research that is conducted and the services they need and which we provide. The university provides most of the personnel or funds for personnel, overheads, physical resources and the infrastructure. And then for student training, human capital development, our government partners were providing the funding. So because we are aligned so closely with our industry partners, our research is translational. It's use-inspired, so we do research right through the value chain. So it starts with the identification of tree health problems or plant health problems, whatever the case may be, hypotheses development, the basic research, and that can be any kind of research, right the way through to the development of the actual tools and their deployment. And we have many such examples in the various industries that we interact with, ultimately saving the industry money, crop security, improvement of livelihoods, all of those priority things in our country. And we do this using a multidisciplinary approach, often transdisciplinary, by integrating the data and methodologies, perspectives, concepts, what have you, from multiple disciplines. And I'm not going to read all of them there, but there's many. Fundamental knowledge is produced, and we use this then to actually develop those practical solutions. So you can imagine, 19 years, we have had many, many scholarly outputs and many research products. And when I talk about these products, it's the tools that we developed that is actually applied. But I don't want to talk about that because from my perspective, I think the most important thing that we developed during this 19 years is a postgraduate training pipeline with all sorts of interventions and programs and protocols and procedures right from the very beginning for attracting people to actually coming to university. Once they are here and they're doing a BSc, getting them into postgraduate studies. And then once they are there, to have these pipeline improvements all the way through. So at the bottom there, I just indicate a couple of these interventions. But it ranges from having a very energetic outreach team that goes out into the world, through to our undergraduate mentorships, mentors, and then our internship program, and we also have some advanced internship programs. So you can imagine, through this system, we have had many, many students. And I couldn't make the photos small enough to fit all of them there, but this is just a snapshot. So over this time, we have had more than 200 mentorship students, more than 100 MSc graduates, more than 74 PhD graduates, 33 interns. The internship program only started 3 years ago, if I remember correctly. And then I'm not even mentioning all of the researchers and postdoctoral fellows that came through the system. So this, I think, has been our most important contribution during the 19 years. And now we are at an end. We are exploring new futures. We are thinking about where to go now. The research will continue, but from a personal point of view, I am exploring other avenues for seeing if we can secure ring-fence funding so that we can keep up the human capital development that we've been doing so long. And then on this slide, what I wanted to show you is that our future is a little bit blurry. We're going there fast. But we have a very good idea of where we're coming from, our strengths, our weaknesses, and this is a good place to build from. So thank you from my side.
Good morning, everybody. Actually, it's almost good afternoon. My name is Brenda Wingfield. I hold the Department of Science and Innovation NRF Saatchi Chair. And the Saatchi Chair is in fungal genomics. It doesn't involve any chairs, but I do get to pay my salary from the chair, and they give me running costs, which are very useful. So the slide that I'm sharing with you is, first of all, the decal that we came up with when we sequenced the first fungal genome that we sequenced, Fusarium cercinatum. And we did this in 2009. And that was a little bit before the actual research chair started. But then in 2010, we did a workshop where we annotated this genome, and that's the picture of the photograph of all the people, and you will see some very young faces of people who you know very well on the photograph. So we've been doing fungal genomics for quite a long time, and I really think that those early years have led to the expansion, in fact it's almost an explosion, of the work that we are doing on genomics. So to illustrate this, I went onto the Web of Science and pulled out all the publications that have the address FABI and the word genome on them. And you will see that they start in 2003. And Teresa, I think that's when you did the bacterial genome. We published our first publication in 2012 on the Fusarium cercinatum genome, and you can see the numbers just increase. And obviously the work that FMG, Dave, I think you've even got a paper that are included in that. It's an interesting list. So where are we now? Well, I share with you a photograph of my very close colleague, Professor Tuan Dong, who is loading a MinION cell and quite literally sequencing a fungal genome in his office. So that's what we can do. But what have we produced? And I'm very mindful, we've had Nanette talk about breeding and marker-aided selection. Now, we don't breed fungi. We don't look for marker-aided selection. We're not trying to improve fungi. They're actually doing it all by themselves. So the focus when it comes to looking at pathogen genomes is actually quite different. So what are our tangible outcomes? Well, firstly, if we have a genome, identification becomes really easy. If we have a genome, we can instantly work out what the mating biology of the fungus is. And some of you might think this sounds a little bit esoteric, but if you've got two mating types, that means you've got recombination. And recombination means you've got improved fungi to be able to go out and cause disease. So this is important stuff. If you've got a genome, you can develop molecular markers. We don't use them for breeding, we use them for population genetics to understand how diverse our pathogen is. And we've heard people talk about Alcinoe massingae, which is the latest pathogen in eucalyptus in South Africa. And the one outstanding questions we have with regards to massingae is it a clone? Is it heterothallic? What is it? We sequence the genome and we have the answer. Another interesting thing about fungi is they can hybridize. And the result is probably an even better pathogen than the two parents. You have the genome, you can look and determine whether it's a hybrid or not. And then, of course, if you have the genome available, the species-specific diagnostics becomes much easier. So what to the future? Where are we going? Well, I share with you a photograph of Mike and myself standing in Silicon Valley. Interesting place to be. PacBio is just down the road. We were standing in front of Hexagon Bio, which is a venture capital company that Mike and Kobus, who will talk later, have engaged with in a collaboration whereby we are quite literally mining the culture collection, the one that Bernard talked about a little bit earlier, and we send them the fungal isolates, and they send back the genomes. So thus far, this is a slide that Kobus produced for me, we have sent many, many different fungi out of this extensive culture collection. The culture collection goes back 40 years. You know, it's amazing what's in there. We've been, you know, nurturing and nursing the culture collection for many years. It's incredibly important. So we've sent more than 7,500 isolates, and we received back a scary number, more than 4,500 genomes. So we have a lot of work to do. So what are we going to be doing? Well, one of the exciting aspects is to be able to do genome-wide association studies, to understand how these fungi tick, to look at the genes, to look at the secondary metabolites or the potential of these fungi to produce secondary metabolites. And some of you are going like, well, why is that important? Well, think penicillin, and then I think you can understand that secondary metabolites are potentially very important. And now that we've got all the RNA-seq data, we can start looking at what are the viruses in these fungi. And maybe those are also important with regards to how the fungi cause disease. Once we've got many genomes, we can do population genomics and really start to understand how the population is changing. And in this regard, the culture collection is you know, an incredible, it's like a gold mine. We can go back in time and understand what a pathogen was actually like 20 years ago and how it's changed. And of course, we've been doing functional genetics for a long time, and with access to these genomes, we can start looking at different genes very specifically. So I hope I've convinced you that fungal genomics is really important and that it has a very rosy future. Thank you.
So it's just gone 12 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucy Muleleki. I am leading the host pathogen interactions group. So what is the host we work on? We work on potatoes, but the concept that I'm introducing to you can be applied to any crop plant. But going back to potatoes, why do we work on potatoes? Potatoes are the fourth most important crop plant in the world, consumed by millions daily. I hope we might have some for lunch today, Nolani. If not, don't worry, I'm sure you will have some over the weekend. Why is it important? We have growing population, growing at an alarming rate. And so it is important to have sustainable food production. However, plants and crops are hampered by many pests and pathogens, and these are exacerbated by climate change. And currently, to control pests and pathogens, we use chemicals which are bad for the environment, bad for health, and bad for everything. So we need to find eco-friendly, sustainable crop protection systems. So who are we? What I'm showing you is a picture of the current members of the lab, but we have been since 2008. I have mentored 5 postdocs and a number of postgraduate students, several publications, but we also work closely with our industry partners, providing them with valuable support. So what do we do? At the inception of my program, I was interested in bacterial pathogens. looking at virulence factors, or what we call weapons, that they use to undermine host immunity. Over time, we have grown our suite of pathogens to include not only bacteria, but oomycetes and nematodes. And we have focused now our research on a specific set of weapons known as effectors. These are molecules that pathogens inject into the host to tinker or suppress their host immunity. And so what we've done is develop bioinformatic pipelines that allow us to determine what these effectors are. And then once we've identified these effectors, we ask 3 key questions. The first one is, do effectors manipulate host immunity? So then we can take these effectors, using model plant tobacco, we inject them into tobacco plants to see whether they suppress, modulate, interfere with different host defense systems such as hypersensitive response, callus deposition, and others. Second question we ask is, once injected in the plant, where do they go in the cells? Which host organelles do they attack? And to do this, we can tag a green or a red fluorescent protein onto each of these effectors and look at where they go under confocal microscope. And of real importance for us is, which host proteins do they target for manipulation? And here we use a suite of tools, including mass spec, molecular docking, and yeast-2 hybrid systems to look at these interactions intimately. So what can we do with this information once we have it? What you see at the top are potatoes, wild potato germplasm. They may not look nice, they are not appealing to the eye, but they are a good reservoir of resistance genes. So we can take these effectors and use them as probes to fish out for resistance genes that we can then clone into susceptible commercial potato cultivars. At the bottom are our commercial potatoes that we see every day when we go to the shops, and many people might prefer to have this type of potatoes, but they tend to be highly susceptible to pathogens. And this is because they have susceptibility genes. So these genes make products that are useful to the pathogen, allowing them to multiply and proliferate. And so once we know we can use these effectors as guides to help us identify these susceptibility factors. And once we've identified these susceptibility factors, we can use gene editing tools to modify them so that they don't produce these goods that are used by pests and pathogens. So ultimately, what do we want to achieve? We want to achieve healthy plants, food security, but in an eco-friendly system. And so this is a model, a concept that we are developing that is being developed on potatoes, but is applicable to many different crop plants. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, I'm Farnes Venter, and together with Martin Kutsia and Emma Steenkamp, we are dealing with genome-based bacterial systematics, diversity, and evolution. You can see that at the top corner, there's a photograph taken a few years ago, and then a more recent photograph of the group of students that's been involved in this. Now, what do? Our main focus is capturing the rhizobial diversity in South Africa, and for that, we really focus our sampling on indigenous legumes, because that's where the diversity is, and many of them might have some properties that would be beneficial also for agricultural crops. But we're not only looking at the indigenous, we're also doing some sampling in the wattle plantations, because a wattle is also a legume and it helps in terms of the growth. From there, we often go next to species descriptions, and I'm very proud of our species that we could name after Kirstenbosch, because that for me is the most beautiful place in the world. We've also been able to describe the first known South African Bradyrhizobium species recently. Our approach to systematics has been a very more modern approach than what you typically find in the conservative field of taxonomy. So we do delineation different. We have a hypothesis and we use genealogical concordance. We're very genome-based in terms of how we look at how they group as well as the phenotypes, where we look at the genome and predict the phenotypes. But we also, and bacteria is known for horizontal gene transfer, so swapping out genes very easily between groups, looking at the accessory genome evolution. But we not only have been working specifically on describing species, we're also trying to impact bacterial taxonomy, and through that we are involved in a range of activities such as looking at better ways to describe it, as well as one of the issues that we currently have is that in South Africa we cannot describe new species because the types are not accepted in type culture collections because of the restrictions of permits, and therefore I've been involved in developing a new code for nomenclature called the C code that started at the beginning of this year, and we use genomes and metagenomes or MAGs as type material, and this is causing a lot of turmoil in the field, but it's a good thing. So you can see we've been very active in impacting taxonomy. So what's the future? We're interested always having evolutionary questions of how did this trait develop. For instance, this is a diagram of how photosynthesis has been moving around in Bradyrhizobian species. We will continue to describe new species. There's one in the pipeline, a Mesorhizobium nelspratensis. So we do a bit of local, as well as we want to apply this because in the end, these bacteria are very important for agriculture because they link up with legumes and fix nitrogen. So we're also doing some pot studies where we're trying out these new inoculants to see if they would be of any use in the agricultural industry, specifically looking at soya at this moment. But we're also looking at what is the competition between the typical inoculants that's been used in the industry and the rhizobia that's present in the soil. And that's where we're heading in future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Neriman Yilmaz, and I will not make any joke about the last talk, but I am the last talk for this session. And I will introduce you the applied mycology group, but after a bacteriologist, I think I should talk about why fungi are important to work. So it is estimated that there are more than 2 million fungus species are present in the world, but only 150,000 of them has been described, which is equal to 6%. So then we are asking, like, where are these remaining 94% of the fungi? And me and Kobus, we are leading the applied mycology group together with many people in different expertise, such as plant pathology, genetics, and chemistry. And we are asking basically the question that, like, where are those fungi and what do they do? In our research group, we explore the fungal diversity, starting from soil, going to Bayer's maize, and the other crops, of course, we are working with as well. And then we also do fungal taxonomy. We describe the new species once we find. And Brenda just talked about the importance of the genomic studies. So we also generate DNA reference sequences, and we do genomes to them. And we expand our culture collection, which puts as FABI us in a very strong and powerful space. And we are, of course, interested with mycotoxigenic fungi because, like Brenda talked about secondary metabolites, good side, but there's a bad side of secondary metabolites as well, and they are the mycotoxins. So in mycotoxins, you cannot see them, you cannot smell them, you cannot taste them. Therefore, it is very important to know which fungi are present so that we can tackle these toxic compounds. So in our group, we asked, like, which fungi are there, what mycotoxin they produce, and what conditions, abiotic and biotic conditions, trigger this toxin production. Kobus and myself, we are the world expert on the Aspergillus penicillium and Fusarium, but we also work on the other genera as well. And like Johan van Zyl mentioned today, that once you are young, you want to bring something new. So this is exactly what we do because we are young. So we decided that, okay, bring something new to FABI, and then what can we bring? Maybe kettles. And then this is how we bring the milk industry to the FABI as well. And because in the milk industry, they have a fungus that produce a mycotoxin and that cause diseases in the kettles and their milk production stop. Then Milk South Africa approached us and they say that, can you help us to solve this problem? And as being a FABian, we say that, of course, we can do that. And then, so we signed our agreement in May this year, and already in the 1st of June, World Milk Day, we were on the field together with Jenna Lee Price, who is the PhD student on this project, and together with Mike, we went to talk with farmers, and of course the kettles, and we look at the grasses as well. And we collect lots of fungi. And what is next? Then bringing the world experts on the topic. So this is not difficult for us because at FABI it is very easy to do, and UP as well. But together with our international grants that we have, such as Marie Curie grant, we also bring the world experts on the different topics such as veterinaries, geneticists, and chemists. So we are building this big team and powerful team to tackle this problem and the in future mycotoxin problems to bring the food and feed safety to South Africa. So with that, watch this space. Thank you.
Absolutely fabulous. I hope you're enjoying this ride with us. We're going to make a short break, 10 minutes, and the intention is just so you can go to the bathroom, stretch your legs a little bit, and then we continue this tsunami. So you've been warned, be ready, and we will be ringing the gong for you to come back. It looks like Dulani was...
Sorry, I would just like to say something. We've been taking a lot of photos and we want to post it on social media. If you would not like your photo posted on social media or your talk, please just quickly come and tell me so that we don't post you. We just need to adhere to the POPIA Act. So if you don't want to be posted, just come and tell me. And then I'm so sorry, we may not ring the gong anymore because we are bothering somebody upstairs. So if you start seeing Bernard wave his hands, please, that means you need to come in. Thank you.
Thank you. 10-minute break. Let's go.
like a rib cage. Check this. It's just perfect. This one came off here. It's just perfect. I can fully cast this because you can see the distance.
And that's not attached, that's attached to a piece of charcoal.
But it's strong enough to cast into the sculpture.
That's beautiful because it's in the center, so it's got them radiating in all directions.
It's like completely not what I expected, but it's stunning. It's like a little bug, like a little creature.
I don't have my glasses, so I can't see.
It is rare now for people to live in the same place from birth to death. A tree is seeded and lives in one place as people and communities come and go. Its life unfolds alongside many others, human and non-human. In some ways, it remains still as we go about our daily lives, and in other ways, the tree does what it does as a tree, changing and adapting to its environment. Trees help shape our sense of place. Someone's thought led to a particular tree being planted in a particular place. Maybe for how it looked, or for its shade, or for its wood. Johannesburg claims to be the home of the largest man-made forest in the world. Dying trees change our sense of place. Around 30% of Johannesburg's trees are threatened by a small insect called the Polyphagus shottle borer, an ambrosia beetle. These creatures have been described as an alien invasive species, brought out unintentionally, it is thought, in wooden pallets on a ship from Southeast Asia. The beetles have made new homes in the trees of Johannesburg. They don't want to kill their hosts. You've had this.
There we go. I think it's on again. If I can ask you to take your seats, and while you're busy taking your seats, Nulani has a few things to say.
Welcome back. I just quickly wanted to say something. If you're a visitor to the University of Pretoria, we've arranged parking for you on the campus, on the main campus. But you need to pick up a parking ticket from Gerda. So this is Gerda. And she will, when we are done here, she'll stand here and you can come and pick up a parking ticket. You go in at the bottom gate of the university, so the one in University Road, and you park in the underground parking on parking bay 3. Then there will be Fabian standing there to direct you towards the bridge that you are going to walk over into the Javet. Okay. The university gate, the University Road gate, yeah, the University Road gate on the other side of engineering. Okay. If you are very lucky, you might find parking in the Javet itself. If you travel on Linwood Road, just before you hit the bridge, you can turn left and you can park inside the Javet, but I am just afraid that there's not enough parking for everyone, so we've arranged parking for you on the campus. Then the Fabians, please, as arranged, please use the bridge to walk over. Thank you.
Nulani, thank you very much. Yeah, if you pass so I would recommend you start at the Javet. If there isn't parking, just continue to University Gate. But we believe there should be parking. Right, we're going into session 2. I warned you in the beginning, there's a tsunami coming, so no apologies for that. And enjoy this ride. I have really enjoyed the first part, and we continue along the same line. To start us off on the African plant biosystems for the bioeconomy, Ish, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So my name is Ishkhar Mizrahi, and I am the group leader for the African Plant Systems Biology for the Bioeconomy Group. I think what I wanted to highlight today is we work at the intersection of bioeconomy and the creative economy, and we also work at the intersection of biodiversity and society, and I wanted to highlight some of that. So in addition to producing kind of world-class fundamental plant biology and evolution research, we do these other things, which I'd like to just give you some highlights of today. So we led the sequencing of the first South African plant genome. Those of you who don't know, South Africa is probably 5th in the world for plant biodiversity. We have 10% of the world's species, about 25,000 species, and no genomic information is available for most of them. And the Protea serves as kind of an anchor project. It's a king protea, our national flower, but it's also, in addition to its horticulture potential, has very specialized roots which are involved in phosphorus acquisition. And so this project has led to the capacity and the development of a whole lot of genome projects related to this, all in the interest of studying specialized phosphorus acquiring roots under difficult conditions. These are essentially phosphorus mining roots, and we hope to study the gene networks, model them, and then engineer them into crops in the future. Very few plant species have these currently, and we'd like to work with the agricultural sector to do this in the long term. So in general, just to give you an idea, this is what we do. We sequence the genomes of indigenous and endemic South African plant species. Another flagship project now is going to be the Strelitzia genome, which we're doing in collaboration with Diplomix. Here, in addition to horticulture and ecology, we're looking at novel pigment synthesis and a whole lot of other things that are relevant for synthetic biology and as well as the horticulture market in the future. Again, we're working on about 15 species of plant genomes now, so just to move on. One of the major issues in the country when you think of biodiversity is actually the exposure of South African society to our plant biodiversity. There are inequalities that stem both from our history and from the last 30 years of government in this country. And so what we're doing is trying to change the narrative, the aesthetic, the language, and a whole lot of ways that South African society can interact with biodiversity and information about it. So one example is we partnered with the South African Creative Industries Incubator, which is based here in Easterus, but has a wide-reaching network in the country, as well as Constitution Hill. We commissioned 30 artists to produce a mural in Constitution Hill, which is a major historical site, and we're developing a whole precinct there, including a biodiversity garden that's going to represent the 9 biomes of South Africa, with the interest of talking about access to information, knowledge, narrative, and aesthetic of South African biodiversity. And I would encourage everyone to just put this link in your phone, amandlawiesel.org.za, if you're interested in seeing what some of these artists have produced. Really amazing artists. They have Instagram profiles you can follow, you can hire them. Please do support them. We're moving on to agrobiodiversity, so actually looking at different plant species, especially endemic South African and African species that can then feed communities through community gardens, urban gardening. We're looking at the representation of biodiversity in the economic sector, so if you've named a company after Protea, we're coming for you. And also, we're looking at the translation of the multitude of biodiversity resources we have in the country. So together with Faculty of Humanities, we're commissioning the translation of quite major biodiversity books into Sizulu, Setswana, and Ndebele and Sepedi at first. And we're also partnering with EBIT and Vukosi Marivate in looking at AI translation of all of our biodiversity resources into these languages. Part of that is to also then build natural language processing models and have physical QR codes linking to virtual knowledge. All of this will be done in support of a creative economy that's going to draw on our biodiversity knowledge from multiple sectors in multiple languages and hopefully for the creation of multiple products. Just to finish off, so we're also applying biotechnology. This is things like things we're also studying, so polyploidy or genome duplication, as well as other methods of developing diversity in species that are highly relevant for South African and African plants. And I would point out that in the last session, we heard only about species of which none were South African indigenous species. So if I had a vision for 25 years from now, we have a massive potential for agrobiodiversity in this country, and just everyone can take that away with them. And overall, we hope to advise a more holistic systems view of an innovation ecosystem in the country. We think there are multiple stakeholders that aren't being taken into account. And so I think the research will also lead towards that. So just to finish by saying that I think you'll see that our partners, both local, within the university and within South Africa, as well as internationally in research, but also those we've partnered with in the plant breeding sector, indigenous plant nurseries and breeders, as well as other sectors in civil society, speaks to the transdisciplinary nature of the research we're starting here, and we hope to have quite a lot of impact across these sectors. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Michelle Greve, and I will be talking about our work that we are doing on microbiome ecology and biogeography. We are a fairly small group for now. We have 2 PhD students, Matthew and Josh, and an honours student, Svan. And then within FABI, we mostly collaborate with Bernard Slipper and Martin Kamler, but then also with other people outside of FABI. I'll start off by defining biogeography. Biogeography is the study of life in space. So we are interested in biogeography in where species occur and why they occur where they occur. And so we are very excited to apply this field also to the microbiome world. So we do work at different spatial scales. For example, we've done work at African-wide scale where we've mapped and looked at the patterns of diversity and drivers of soil microbiomes. Josh is working at island scale where he's looking at endophyte diversity on Marion Island. And then we've also worked at more local scale, for example, in Matthew's master's thesis. And basically what we do is we characterize the microbiome. So sometimes we do it ourselves, but we also make use of existing data sets, and we obtain information about the environment where the organism comes from. And that information can be information we collect in the field, but as we work in biogeography, we also glean a lot of information from existing maps. And that information can be ecological information, but also information about, say, human impacts. And using that, we then try to understand what drives diversity and function in the microbiome. And with this, we can then make predictions. We can understand how diversity, or we can predict how diversity is distributed in space. We can try and understand how things might change with time, and then also how global change impacts like climate change or landscape transformation can have an effect on these biodiversity patterns. And so we are very excited about the way forward. We are trying to work at larger spatial scales. So at the moment, Matthew's working on the endophyte communities in Themida triandra, which is a grass that has a very wide distribution. And we're collaborating with botanists that have collected the species across the globe to better understand what drives diversity in endophytes in the species. And so we can apply our ecological expertise to understanding these data. And then we are also interested in drivers that have been less investigated than others. So, for example, the effects of fires and herbivories, fire and herbivory, which are very important in African systems, and to finally get to an understanding about what affects community assembly at different spatial scales. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon now. My name is Johannes Schubert, and I represent the chemical ecology team here at FABI today. So we are a relatively large group with 3 main research leaders, about 7 main students that you can see here, and we've got about 4 internal collaborators at the University of Pretoria. But we are anything but a local group. We have collaborators and connections across the globe, working with groups like the Canadian Forestry Service, the Max Planck Institute, and even companies like Scion, among many others. And we focus on chemical ecology for both forestry and agricultural purposes. But now I've said the word chemical ecology a few times. What exactly do I mean by that? Well, chemical ecology can be broken down to chemical communications and interactions between and within species. An example of this could be this little beetle right here. He came along, he took a bite out of that leaf, and all of a sudden the leaf released chemicals into the air, attracting a parasitoid wasp to protect the plant. Alternatively, though, that plant might have had some defensive metabolites that were produced that defended it against this beetle. So that there is the main 2 focuses in FABI in chemical ecology: communication and resistance. When we talk about plant resistance, normally we talk about work such as my own research or the research by Privileged Makunda. There we go. So my work looks at eucalyptus trees, and I found 5 compounds that could make them resistant or susceptible to the eucalyptus snout beetle. Privileged Makunda identified leaf surface traits that made trees resistant or susceptible to certain psyllids. So that's the work we do here in resistance. We identify what chemical makes a tree resistant to a pest. But that's not all we do in resistance. We're also looking to the future. So we've recently obtained a device called an ASD field spectrometer. This device lets us take our normal human vision, which is 400 to 800 nanometers in the electromagnetic spectrum, and extend it all the way to 2,400 nanometers into the infrared spectrum. At this level, we can physically see the chemicals in your trees. So we can use this device, go to your nursery, have a look at the plant, and immediately tell you, this one's resistant, this one's susceptible, here are your major chemicals. Now, this is still a future endeavor we're trying to figure out, but we do have a student spearheading this project, known as Leon Esterhazen. But now let's go back to what we're currently doing in FABI, and back to the communication part of chemical ecology. So in communication, most of the work we do here is about pheromones. We try to understand what pheromones insects release, and this is work done by people like Mark Bauer, Quentin Guignard, Lucie Marie, and Elisa Powell, looking at both forestry and agriculture for pests like the cossid moth and the 2-spotted stink bug. However, once again, we're not just identifying pheromones, we're going further. So we've recently started working to build capacity for a device called a portable GC EAD. This device will let us walk into a plantation and at any point in that plantation tell you, these are the chemicals in the air, this subset of those chemicals your pest can detect. This will allow us to make much more accurate predictive models in order to predict how stuff like insect trapping or mating disruption will actually work in real scale in a plantation. But again, that's not the full limit of what we're doing here at FABI. We're going further again. We are working on CRISPR-Cas9 technology, trying to modify the very insects themselves, changing what they can and cannot detect. Because if we can modify this, we can control their behavior in the field. And that is one of the ultimate goals we want to do with chemical communication. But now again, I've shown you a bunch of experiments we've done, a bunch of projects, and a bunch of future ideas. But it's for a very limited subset of insects. And that's because there are so many pests, way more than one institute can handle. Because of that, we've created a new initiative, the African Center for Chemical Ecology, a new group designed to build capacity and collaborations across the African continent, so we can start tackling local challenges with local scientists to keep your plants healthy. Thank you so much.
Right, good afternoon. I'm Chart Creer from the Department of Physics, and I'm leading the Biophysics Research Group. So I'm adding a physics dimension to FABI due to our strong interest in plants. So you can see on the top left, this is our laboratory, and yeah, physics laboratories are notorious for being quite messy, and that is because we like to build our own experimental setups. And there's one of our home-built setups that you can see there, another home-built setup you can see in the pictures on the right. So we are not only staying in the lab, we don't do all our work in the lab, so occasionally we also do some field work, as you can see on the top right. Okay, so what can physics offer to FABI? Well, one of our specialities is the development of new experimental methods, new software tools that we're also developing, and new theoretical models, because theoretical models enable you to get access to information that's not accessible by experiments, and in order to make predictions as well. And we focus all these methods around the studying of the primary events of photosynthesis. Okay, so yeah, one of our main experimental methods is to develop spectroscopy methods that have sensitivity down to the single molecular level. So that's the ultimate level of sensitivity and selectivity. And we can also have full control over the molecular interactions at that molecular level. Another experimental method is fluorescence-based methods, so making use of spontaneous emission of the exciting molecules or plants with light. And then these fluorescence-based tools are non-invasive methods that we use, or we would like to use, to study different stress mechanisms in plants. Okay, and amongst our goals are to resolve molecular photoprotective mechanisms and to enhance photosynthetic efficiencies. Okay, so we have a lot of plans for the future. We would like to extend and refine our arsenal of different experimental and software tools, and also link them with a lot of other projects that are running at FABI. One of our recent interests is remote sensing, and that is based on our deep understanding of spectroscopy, which is very important in hyper and multispectral imaging. And yeah, we would like to establish a quantifiable link between detectable light signals and also different biotic and abiotic stress responses. And linked to that is also the development of inexpensive hyperspectral imaging devices. One can, for as little as a few £1,000 build a decent hyperspectral imaging camera. Okay, one of the last interests is to obtain a deep understanding of fungal spore dispersion mechanisms. So there's woefully little research in this, but it has a lot of potential in the fact that if you understand these mechanisms at a deep level, this will be the first step to controlling them and to establish possible means of creating alternatives to chemical pest management. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's an honor and a privilege that I can actually present on behalf of my two colleagues as well, the work we are doing and how we fit into the whole picture. That is the Invertebrate Biosystematics and Conservation Group, led by Professor Catherine Soul, and the Social Insect Research Group, aka the B Group, led by Professor Yusuf and myself. My name is Christian Pirk. We are three of the entomologists within FABI which don't fit or which are not formally associated with one program. And you will see why and what kind of diversity of topics we have as well in the next slide, but I wanted to show you on the first map the impact we are having as that small group already. And the links between the two groups as well. So for looking at the topics which we are actually working on the left-hand side, you have trapdoor spiders, and baboon spiders on the top left, the antlion larvae on the left, which you see, you normally recognize that probably as the pits, which you observe in nature reserves also. So there comes in the biodiversity in terms of species, informing policy makers in terms of the BioGap program, for example, as well. So it's not only just describing species or looking at the systematics, we are informing then policymakers as well. That is mainly Prof. Solt's department, so to say. When we go further to the right, we have pollination, honeybees, diseases, crop pollination, ensuring that they're healthy while pollinating, actually ensuring that they're pollinating. At the bottom right, we have diseases, we're working on vector-borne diseases, the chemical communication between hosts and these vectors. So we are the part where we fit in within the African Center of Chemical Ecology as well. But since our first speaker had a picture while standing in the biodiversity garden on this campus, which is outside here, we look as well as biodiversity in an urban setup, so urban biodiversity. And there was a really nice project which we did with landscape as well. But it extends to insect for feed and food, variety, and what we are linking together is the chemistry, which comes from Prof. Yusuf, the behavior ecology, evolutionary biology from my side, and the evolutionary and systematics and taxonomy from Prof. Sol, linking it together, for example, in chemotaxonomy, defining species in that direction as well. A big new thing which we are doing at the moment is gut microbes in dung beetles and in bees. That's two different projects, but there's a link as well between the different research groups. Sorry, wrong thing. It is not possible that we all three only do that as well. That is a lot of collaboration. That is the network already of these collaboration which we have globally. The pictures which look younger than me are former PhD students who now are collaborators or have research positions all over the world. So far we have more than close to 50 PhD students from 20 different countries, mainly in Africa. And we continue to grow that network as well and use the benefits of working together, as it was mentioned earlier, working with friends rather than on your own. Thanks a lot.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dave Berger, and I'm going to tell you about the molecular plant pathogen interactions research. We've been around for 23 years and counting, and as the pictures show, that our major research focus has been on maize foliar diseases, grey leaf spot disease. So we've been really thinking about three research questions in recent times: is basically, where does this fungal pathogen come from? How does the fungus cause disease? And then how do maize plants protect themselves? And through that, we've done field applications and outreach. And this is part of the National Grain Research Program, which has been launched through FABI with other partners around the country. And you'll hear more about that later. So the early days of the MPPI lab is the microarray lab, and some of you will recognize some people in this picture, a bit younger. And so from that time, we've developed now, this is, over the years, this is the lab this year, and we've had a lot of fun, and we're progressing along and expanded a little bit. So what I'm going to do is tell you a little bit about how the lab has evolved over the 23 years. And when we started, we really were sequencing our own favorite genes. And then we progressed to sequencing our own genomes, and then now we're sequencing populations of genomes. And so we need to sort of bring some science into these presentations. So we have to raise a hypothesis. How do you think the MPPI lab has actually evolved, the people in the lab? And you see this is this pattern of human evolution. And potentially we've reached the highest level now in the MPPI lab. And so the question is this hypothesis true? And so we did some research, and this is actually, these pictures are actually life-size pictures in Yvan and Pierre's lab all the way down his passageway, because they're a huge bioinformatics lab in Belgium. And so I just took pictures of these things. But essentially, we actually have disproven this hypothesis, because this is more like what we like to do as well. Having your birthday in a maize field, collecting samples of endemic trees, having great workshops here in FABI with international presenters, working in the lab and having great colleagues to work with. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to snapshot 3 highlights of the research over time in the lab. And so we first started off working on the model plant Arabidopsis, and we worked on bacterial wilt, and the highlight here was working with Liesel, Jane, and Sunushka. We basically discovered gene-for-gene tolerance, not resistance, to this bacterial wilt disease, which is a very important disease. The second thing is solving the mystery of why this fungus, which causes grey leaf spot disease, does not make this red pigment cercospora, which is actually made by the pathogen which causes the disease in other parts of the world. So that was Volushka's work when she was in the lab. And then finally, working on the grey leaf spot, it was really exciting to do a systems genetics study. This was Nanette Christie's work together with Zander Meyerberg. And we basically were able to unravel this kind of network which made certain susceptible maize plants to this particular pathogen. So what's the future of the MPPI lab? And I'm just going to give you a snapshot of 3 possible areas. So firstly, we're all driven by artificial intelligence now. And so we have started a little bit of work of trying to diagnose these maize foliar diseases using images. So that's one area where I'm quite excited about the potential of actually bringing some of this very basic research into practical application. Then I really want to answer this question about where does this fungal pathogen come from? We think it came into Africa, so we've just finished a big population study from 5 countries in Africa, and so we really want to now work with partners around the world to find, look at populations and look at its genomics to really understand, did it evolve on maize in Mexico, or has it come in from somewhere else? And that may help us to control the disease. And then finally, we started a new project where, in the botany department, I've always very interested in plants, and so I'm really applying my genomics expertise to study an endemic tree. And this is a project where we're working really across the transdisciplinary spectrum with citizen scientists and also chemists. And the power of genomics, we basically were able to identify the exact mutation in these white rare variants with a single experiment in an honors project this year. So I think there's lots of exciting things up ahead. And I want to acknowledge we've had some fantastic collaborators locally and internationally that we've worked with. Thanks very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Nikki and I'm going to tell you a little bit about the CFBE or Crop Floral Biology and Environments team here at FABI. So we have 3 major sectors of research that we work on. First of all, we work on plant phenotyping and environment interactions, and this work is spearheaded by 2 PhDs and an MSc student. We collaborate with the ARC and Dr. Dirk Swanefelder, and we link into the remote sensing satellite lab here at FABI, which is headed by Prof. Otamas at the University of Ghent, and anchored here at FABI by Dr. Michelle Schroeder. Then we have our team working on plant pathogen interactions. This also has 2 PhDs and an MSc student, and these projects link directly into the CPHB, which you heard about earlier, and the National Grain Research Program, which we'll talk about later today. And then I have 3 students, 2 honors and an MSc, trying to unravel the genetics underlying these plant responses to the environment. So how does one go about looking at crop responses to biotic and abiotic stresses? So we've used planting date trials. So if you imagine the red line is your kind of optimal temperature dynamics across the season, as you shift your planting date, you're moving your plants out of these optimal growing conditions. And this happens quite often, especially if the rains are late and the farmers are forced to plant late. And so we're using this to understand a number of different things. So we can show that regardless of cultivar or location, if you go from an optimal to a later planting date in maize, you lose up to 50% of your yield. And so we're using phenotyping to start trying to understand what are the factors causing those yield losses. We also found that as you go from early to late planting dates, some diseases seem to increase in severity at the later planting dates. And we've done some climate change modeling to start understanding how these planting dates might shift in the future. So where do we go from here? So we're very interested in the factors underlying yield loss, and so we're introducing multispectral and thermal imaging to start unpacking these different factors. We're also interested in how planting date might influence floral synchronicity and pollination in the maize. And we've expanded our disease surveys to 3 different locations, 4 planting dates, and 5 foliar maize pathogens. Planting date trials have also been very useful for us in understanding how different developmental stages of a plant might respond to an extreme weather event like a heat wave. And so we found that 4-week-old plants in the field exposed to a heat wave were very stunted, and we expected this to translate to poor yields. However, when we did the assessments, we found these plants had elevated pollination traits, and they seemed to maintain their yield, suggesting an underlying adaptation to those heat stress events. We've also shown that the flowers themselves adapt to these heat stress events by shifting the timing that they present their pollen to the earlier, cooler parts of the day. So we have a large group on the team working on understanding the physiology behind these adaptations and the genetics regulating these adaptations. And so with that, in a nutshell, the CFBE team is focused on understanding plant adaptations to the environment and contributing to development of climate-resilient crops for the future. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm David Nsivo, and I'll be talking about the cereopathology research group that I thought was the youngest research group until I had Irene talk about the Kiwi program. But yeah, so this is a group that is basically looking at foliar pathogens of cereals, and the aim is to look at how they're interacting with how pathogens are, whether foliar pathogens are interacting with these cereals in the African context. This group has 2 master's students, 3 honors students, 3 mentorship students that ultimately will be enrolled into their honors program next year, and we have 1 technical assistant. And this group is under the mentorship of Prof. Bagger. And what are we looking at the moment? Even though we are really interested in looking at quite a lot of pathogens that are interacting with cereals, at this point in time, we're looking at the northern cornleaf blight, which is the major foliar pathogen of maize, with capacity to cause up to 72% yield losses. And we have seen firsthand in the field that this is real, and it's really a great threat to Africa's food security. This pathogen, this disease, is has the ability to infect not only maize, but also sorghum. It has also, we've been able to isolate the causal pathogen, which is Exohelium tassicum from teosinte, which is the progenitor of maize. And then it is also infecting sorghum, and we are also hunting down for Johnson grass, which is another host. And what are the questions that we are answering in our research group? First of all, we are looking at population genetics and genomics of Exohelium tassicum on the African continent. The questions that we are asking is, what is the genetic diversity of this pathogen around the continent, and is there population structure within the populations of Exohelium tassicum, and what are the evolutionary factors that are really driving this population genetics around the continent? And then we've also noticed over time that there's a lot of morphological, physiological, and histological variability within the pathogen. And so we are busy trying to understand the drivers of these differences or characteristics that we are seeing in the pathogen. And one important question that we really want to answer as we move forward is, what is the origin of Exohelium tassicum? This is, first of all, it was identified in 1924 in Uganda on the African continent, but we really need to dig deep into understanding using genomics and genetics to know and to understand where this pathogen is coming from. On the other hand, we are also looking at fungicide resistance in Exohelium tassicum. We've witnessed firsthand that fields that have been sprayed with fungicides have actually had resistance to the pathogen. And so one of the things that we've done in collaboration with chemical industry is to, first of all, conduct baseline studies that we are currently working on. And also we are digging deep into the effects of these fungicides on the biology of the fungus. And then we are going forward, want to look into the genetics and genomics of drivers of this fungicide resistance that we are seeing. And very recently, in collaboration with Tabiso, we are looking at biofilm formation and how these biofilms play a role in fungicide resistance, and also how the pathogen interacts with its hosts. Just in terms of the outputs so far, we have seen that Exohelium tassicum is a highly diverse pathogen, and migration and gene flow are really playing a big role in reducing population differentiation, meaning that the pathogen has the ability to move freely everywhere, and that becomes a threat to Africa's food security. And so we really need to dig deep into understanding how this comes about. Number two, we have seen that there are shifts within the sensitivity of one of the fungicides that is rather a type of fungicides, which is the demethylation inhibitor fungicides. And these, we've seen that rather isolates that have been recently collected from the Eastern Cape actually having a higher inhibitory rate as compared to those baseline isolates that we've collected from the US and other parts of the world before the initiation of the DMI fungicides. We've also confirmed that Exohelium tassicum forms biofilms, and so going forward, we really want to dig deep and understand how are these biofilms playing a role in how the pathogen is interacting with its hosts, and how this biofilm formation is also playing a role in enhancing fungicide resistance. We've been able to do all this work in collaboration, or we are doing all this work in collaboration with quite a lot of people within the UP. And I have to say that CPR is a member of the Grain Research Program, and we are doing a lot of work in partnership with Grain SA and other seed companies and chemical companies like Corteva, Syngenta, and Bayer. We are also expanding our horizons and looking at partnering with John Innocent in the UK. We have already started engaging with IITA in Nigeria to make sure that we expand our sample collection around the globe, around the continent. We're also working in partnership with CIMMYT and Maseno University in Kenya and Zambia to make sure that we get enough collections to answer these questions. We are able to do this because of the funding that we are getting from the University of Pretoria, NRF, the Maize Trust, and very recently through the connections of Prof. Bagger, the British Society of Plant Pathology. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jean Foster, and I'm representing the Molecular Plant Physiology Group. So the Molecular Plant Physiology Group was one of the first groups in FABI, created by, or started by Carl Kunert, there in the top, who was one of the first staff members. I was one of the first members of the group as an undergraduate student, still in my third year, and yeah, I'm still here. So there's a few programs within the Molecular Plant Physiology Group, but today I just want to spend some time on the South African Herbicide Resistance Initiative and what we're doing there. So on the top here is Palma amaranth, which we first helped to identify in 2018 in South Africa, and then helped to get classified under the
Conservation of Agricultural Resource Act as an invasive weed. So what we do basically is we test and confirm cases of herbicide resistance. So whenever from industry partners we get possible cases of herbicide resistance, we will test it both in greenhouse and herbicide trials, but also looking at the genetic markers for herbicide resistance. Then if we confirm herbicide resistance, we basically determine the mechanisms, so both physiological as well as genetic resistance mechanisms, and then we help to develop alternative weed control strategies for farmers. And I must say, in some cases, we have actually been successful in eradicating resistant populations on farms. And then continuously we also monitor the spread of herbicide-resistant weed populations. So it's an ongoing program where we go out and do follow-up investigations. Then lastly, what is some of our future work? So one of the things is that we want to establish the risk, which is a rapid in-season screening and quantification of herbicide-resistant protocol. This was initially developed by Syngenta, so it's a very quick method to, within a few weeks, screen the levels of herbicide resistance of different weeds and give immediate feedback, because the sooner we can identify resistance and the sooner we manage it, the easier it is to manage. So we also want to create basically a centralized resistance testing facility for herbicide resistance in South Africa. We receive samples from all over the country that we continuously test and assess to give feedback to the industry partners and farmers. And then in collaboration with the International Weed Genomics Consortium, we're also busy sequencing the first sequences of Amaranthus palmyra populations in South Africa to try and better understand the evolution of herbicide resistance, but also to better manage herbicide resistance populations in South Africa. The program was originally started about 10 years ago through funding that we got from Bayer, specifically to look at glyphosate resistance. It has spread to many other herbicides and weeds, and we also are now supported by the Maize Trust, the Oil and Protein Seed Development Trust, as well as funding from Syngenta. So I acknowledge those funders. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was listening to Prof. Berger saying his group is around 23 years. Mine is less than a year, so I'll take you through what I've been doing and the future of my group. So my name is Robert Mangani, and I've termed my research group Climate Change, Impact on Crops, on Crop Research. And within these years, within these months that I've established this group, I've managed to make a few collaborations with other researchers. Some of them are ongoing and others are newly established ones. I've been working with Nikki Crew as my postdoctoral mentor, and we have been trying to understand how climate, how if we use different planting dates and also different maize cultivars with different maturing dates, how would that have an impact on, how would that impact, reduce the impact of climate change? And I've also collaborated with INRE, although it deviates a bit from crops. I'm working on modeling grasslands, and we are working with Dr. Gianni, who, with the collaboration as well with UP researchers, who are Professor Tesfa Mariam, as well as Professor Hassan from the Department of Animal Science. So we're trying to model the biomass accumulation as well as species abundance under different rainfall regimes. I've also collaborated in a new collaboration that I'm working on with Professor Monserrati, And the lady on the second column, at the second column, second from the bottom. So we are also working on a soybean project where we are trying to understand how soybean is going to be impacted by climate change in future. So in terms of the focus that our research focus, we are trying to study crop responses to climate change utilizing different options, which are controlled environment chambers. As you can see from the picture, we also have open field studies, which if we do those studies, we are able to get information that we can use as input into the crop models. Therefore, we can be able to understand how climate change will impact into the future using different crop models. For example, you've got the upstream, the desert. And then we also make use of statistical modeling, whereby we try to understand, especially when we are looking at historical yields, and also historical climate, and try to correlate how climate is influencing on yields. Therefore, we make use of statistical modeling. And we are also, the other focus that we are looking is to investigate the future stability of crops in South Africa under climate change. As Nikki has highlighted, once you change the environment to which the crop is exposed to, the crop tends to, you see that other crops, if we change the environment, other crops will be more suited to that environment, others will not be more favored. So we need to try to understand what will happen to the crops that we have, the major crops, as well as the neglected crops, which ones will be better suited to the environments under climate change. We also need to explore, every time people talk about climate change, we talk about how bad it is, but there's also, we also need to give people hope. So there's, we also need to explore the adaptive agronomic practices to the changing, that can be used under climate change. We attended the National Grain Research Program, and the sentiment from the farmers is that we are just feeding us with information that is shows that it's gloomy in the future. But as scientists, we also need to give people information regarding the adaptive measures that we can take up in the future, and that can help them to face climate change. Then for the future, we will, as a group, we envisage that we'll be able to generate data that can improve crop models for diverse climate change scenarios. Most of the crop models have been tested and under optimum conditions, but when you move them to conditions that deviate from that, then they are not able to simulate. So with the help of the data that we'll get from the controlled environment chambers, we'll be able to change some of the coefficients in these models so that they can be able to predict better. Then we also need to generate data that can be able to develop climate resilient crops. As I highlighted earlier on, we also need to give hope to people and also to give solutions to the farmers who are waiting for us as researchers to come up with those. Then lastly, we would also need to contribute to climate change policies for crop production. Our science should help in informing the policies regarding climate change and crop production in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So the speed talks are almost at an end. So yeah, good morning. My job this morning is to essentially bring together what we've heard about the grain programs that's running within FABI. So all of this sits underneath the National Grain Research Program, and at this point I want to mention that the NGRP is not only at FABI and the University of Pretoria, but it also brings together researchers from other universities, at the moment Stellenbosch University and the Free State University, but looking to expand all the time. And so I'm Kobus Visagie, and I co-direct the program together with Miki Himan, who's here, and Jannie de Villiers, who's our chairperson. So The NGRP goal is to bring together grain researchers across the country and have them sit in rooms and talk about grain research with government and industry. We started the program in 2021, and some of the highlights of the year for us is the annual research days where we all get together and talk about grain research. So the photo at the top is the first one we had in 2022 here at Future Africa. And earlier in the year, we were down in Stellenbosch talking about current trends within grains and grain research and what the future trends are in terms of where we should focus our research. So in terms of the activities at FABI, we spend a lot of time out in the field. So on the right here, collecting samples and serving producers across the country. We bring new technologies to farmers as well to empower them and help them collect biosecurity information that we can use on the later stage. And then also spread the word about the research we're doing at conferences, reaching out to industry partners at NAMPU and various other companies we visit. So the NGRP was launched with the strategic aims to firstly increase engagement between academia and grain stakeholders. Okay. I'm timed out, huh? Okay. So the first objective that we launched the NGRP for was to increase engagement between academia and grain stakeholders to support the agricultural sector through research and innovation. Secondly, to increase collaboration between local universities as well as industries, and then to make sure that we conduct solution-orientated research that can deliver value to industry. So we want to make a difference to farmers to help them produce better crops. So one of the initiatives we launched together with a collaboration and funding from Grain South Africa, the DSI and TIA, is to establish a pest and pathogen extension and diagnostic clinic to support producers across the country. So this map summarizes the broad spectrum of regions that we've visited farms across the country to help them diagnose diseases that's in the field, collect information about what pests are on the crops, so that we can build up the knowledge in terms of what pests and diseases actually affects crop producers in the country. And so similar to how TPCP function, the clinic do not function in isolation from research, but we actually support research and the research supports the clinic as well. And so for example, the fungal pathogens we isolate during diagnostics work all gets accessioned into our culture collection, and these strains becomes important reference material for research projects in the future. And so similar to the similar idea is there for the pests that we collect to establish these colonies so that we can do proper research on them. So an exciting development for next year is that we've received funding from the Maize Trust to set up these sentinel plots, which we see as important anchors for biosecurity monitoring and research in the future. So we're starting with these 5 sites that we've identified. We'll plant these plots and we'll collect Lepidopteran pests, specifically focused on Bt-resistant populations, fungal pathogens, and viruses. So collecting known diseases in the country, but also monitor for diseases that has not been reported in South Africa. And so we're starting with these couple sites, but in the future we foresee expanding these sentinel plots to have them in areas that is of strategic importance and value for crop producers in the country. And so it's great to have our multinationals here today as well, because that's a natural link that we can benefit each other into the future. So research activities, I summarized the board members that's currently formally part of the NGRP, and one of the first things we identified that we need to do is establish what capacity is in fact available in terms of the research activities happening in South Africa. And so the board has subdivided the research into these 10 main research themes, and we're building up the database in terms of what capacity sits where in the country so that we can identify where there's a lack of capacity and where is the expertise available to help crop producers. So if you look at the NGRP that's at FABI, these are the 7 main research themes that we cover at the moment, and we continuously look to expand and link into other expertise that's already at the university. But also, these research projects are not only happening at FABI, we also link out to other universities and research institutes who has the expertise and skills and knowledge to better improve the project that we're doing. And so my final message is that this is a national platform we're building. We're continuously looking to expand our networks and our networks of trust across universities and institutes and industry and government to really keep grains healthy and productive for the country. Yeah, so that's where I'll...
I believe that's the last talk. You have just listened to 25 presentations from research leaders in FABI. I can tell you that the first time when we proposed this idea and I asked my colleagues to fit all their ideas into 4 minutes, the looks I got was not necessarily friendly. But I think you would agree with me, I mean, and thank you for, we're less than 10 minutes over our allotted time. It's pretty incredible to have fitted all of that into that space. Let's give them a round of applause. But I think you must agree with me that that was powerful and inspiring. I don't know, something was on my mind, so I didn't sleep a lot last night. I was lying awake and worried that I might fall asleep with that number of talks. I can tell you, I am exhilarated as I stand here. There's a lot of adrenaline going through my veins because of what I've heard, and I hope you felt that and experienced that. So we're at the end of this part of the proceedings, and we'll now go on to have some food, enjoy each other's company, but also do the annual awards. You have in front of you now a pamphlet that summarizes what you've heard today, FABI in a nutshell, so something that you can carry with you. And I need to thank for this colleagues Martin Mutsia and Mornay Boelevis, and then everybody who has contributed to this incredible FABI biannual report. In front here you have a stack of all the FABI biannual reports since its inception. So this one goes onto that pile now. And something for all of us to be reflecting on is our contributions to that pile growing over the next 25 years. For running through this program so efficiently, or maybe just the last thing to say to Martin and the colleagues, you didn't receive this thing this morning because last night at 10 we noticed that we had noticed the mistake in there earlier and sent that to the printers. They fixed that, but they didn't print the correct one. They printed the wrong one. So Martin and colleagues did the magic and made sure that this is reprinted in a couple of hours, and that's why you can carry it with you. So let's give them a round of applause. But for the smooth running of this program, I want to thank Louis Klutter Productions, who have been running this so efficiently, together with Heidi and Mornay and Lucky Marie, who've put all of this, all the slides together, made sure that everything runs so smoothly. Let's give them a round of applause too. You've seen many Fabians walk around with this FABI 25 shirt, looking absolutely beautiful. And if you look closely on the side, it'll say in Cabo Biotech. I put this slide up because Oliver is up there on Oliver Preissig is up there on that slide as well. There's Oliver, who then started in Cabo Biotech and now runs that as a biotech company that impacts the continent. But they have sponsored those T-shirts for us. So thank you for being with us and always being a supporter of FABI, an important partner, and for sponsoring that. Let's give a round of applause for that. I came here at around 7 this morning, and then it was already buzzing. So Nulani and the team, Gerda and others were buzzing around here, making everything work. Nulani is over at Javid at the moment, making sure everything is there. But an absolute incredible job for producing this day for us. Let's give them a big round of applause too, please. There are lots of other bits and pieces. Our social media team, things are buzzing on social media. If you haven't seen it, I haven't had time to look at that, but I see these things coming through. Have a look afterwards and help us repost those things. iScape for the photos, Future Africa staff, and what am I leaving out here? I think that is all that I wanted to say. So a very big thank you again for all of you for joining us here. I hope I see all of you on the other side enjoying the art, there, enjoying the awards and the food. It's probably what you're looking forward to most, the food over there. Thank you very much, everybody. Join us over there. Yeah, please pick up your parking ticket here in front with Gerda.